this week to watch last week's episode. So I don't entirely remember where we left off, but I think it's safe to say that we can. Anything that you wanted to do before you leave town, let's just say we'll start there, and then we can fast forward to heading down the road. If there's anything you guys want to purchase, if there's anything you guys want to do to prepare, I believe you are all topped up and have had a long rest recently. You didn't have any, didn't fight or cast any spells this day. So, and I think you would have come back from Trezendar Manor mid to late morning. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Yes. I got a shopping list.
Okay, cool. I'll just I'll go over a little bit of a summary here of that it reminds me I didn't even write a summary for last week. I'm behind on all of that, but I'm ready for this session, I think. The counts as they stand for those marching towards Cragmaw Castle are your party. Darren Ettermath, Ulrich Greycloak. Madrick, apparently, he seemed interested in the party that is about to happen there, and basically said he was going to head there on his own. Thaddeus Tal, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red brands. Carlo, Albert, Kingston, Roger, L, Harold, and Bootless Jim, our good friend Bootless Jim. On the agenda is to head towards the ambush point on the road about 3 hours west of town, where Yimik hopefully still has scouts stationed. Have a chat with the scouts or Yimik himself and catch up on what he's been able to do for you in the now, I think, 4 days that you've given him. Heading further west, another few hours, basically a full day's travel from town, at Low Valley Road, where the road to Phandalin splits off. Somewhere nearby there, the Red Brands, who left town before you, should have a camp where you can meet them. The intent is to travel north another day to Cragmaw Castle itself. There are a couple ways that can happen. One more dangerous and shorter, and one less dangerous and longer. You find yourselves at the inn and getting ready to head out. So, Noro, you mentioned that you had some shopping to do.
Is there any dynamite stick that I can pick up?
You check around, and nobody in town has any explosives, although when you ask Halia Thornton, she gives you kind of a look. Her eyes narrow, and she seems to understand what you're talking about, but she just shakes her head quietly. The others, Lenine the other two are their shops are closed for the rest of the day. You could talk to them and ask them to help. They are both at the inn resting. And basically anything you ask them for, as thanks for rescuing them, they'll go to their shop and get you what you're asking for. If they have.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to do that with Lenine.
Okay. You find her in the inn, actually in the main tavern room of the inn. In a corner, she's got a bit of a bruise on her forehead and a black eye starting. She is sitting at a table by herself with a rather large old leather-bound book that she seems to be studying intently. As you approach, she looks up at you. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't get the chance to thank you when You and your friends rescued me. I was a bit in shock from everything that happened. Thank you, Noro. I owe you and your friends possibly my life.
Now, well, we can talk about that when we come back because we're about to go off. Gonna need some supplies. That's one way to pay back.
Where are you going?
And don't want to stress you out.
Very well. What are you looking for?
Dynamite? Like a dynamite stick. Or 3.
Unfortunately, that's not something I have access to. I have a feeling Halia has some. But she would be wary of parting with it.
Well, let me see if you have more of these other items that might be common. Like a net and some oil.
Of course.
And then Noro does this yes move. Like, yes! I wish to buy.
So how much are you looking for? Just like one large net, and how many flasks of oil are you looking for?
3 flasks of oil and a large net.
Okay. I'll just cut to the chase. She heads back to the Land Shield Coster with you, unlocks the door, goes inside, and procures the items for you, and just gives them to you free of charge.
Oh,
By the way, speaking of money, if you guys didn't catch from last week, I have updated all of your character sheets with the sum total of all of the loot that you collected. I think
Yes, I saw.
Sonia got all of it, all of the non-cash loot, except for I think the 1 or 2 items that Scribble specifically took, and then all of you got the coin split 5 ways even. And I'll just do that going forward.
sweet. Thank you for the net and the oil.
So who wants to be the mule this week, just to get that established?
Noro can. My
Cool.
turn.
Sounds good.
And let's see. I don't know. Oh. And I want to ask her if she has a bar of soap. I forgot to add that.
She kind of looks at you, raises an eyebrow, and she says, are you looking for something nice or just a regular bar?
No, nice.
Preference, or should I pick something for you?
Yes, you pick something for me.
Okay. She goes back in and comes out a moment later with a lavender-scented bar of soap.
Ooh. Noro just grabs a bar, takes a big whiff.
It is quite strong.
Yes. This will do.
I hope you're going to use that and not feed it to someone.
I just laugh it off. Kind of give her a nod. I'm like, okay, I'm done with my shopping.
All right. Does anyone else have anything they want to buy or try and get their hands on?
Nope. I think I'm good.
Can I see
Alright.
can I see Garielle anywhere?
You go looking for her, and you have a wander about for a bit, and you don't find her right away, but you eventually see her off in the distance down sort of towards the pond that's tucked in between the trees behind Darren's farmstead.
Don't go near that, Deebs.
All right. I'm going to head over to her.
All right. You get within about 20 feet of her, and she turns and looks over her shoulder at you and just smiles and nods. She seems to be just standing, sort of staring out towards the center of the pond.
Gariel, I'm hoping you could assist me one more time.
I don't know. Maybe. I feel like I've done too much already.
My group is getting ready to head to the castle. And I was hoping you could protect me again.
Teebs, it won't last that long. The castle is a ways from here.
How far away is the castle? I thought it was like a day.
2 days. No, it's 2
Oh,
days.
fuck.
It's a day to the camp and then another day to the castle.
Gariel, never mind. Disregard. My bad.
She smiles and just says, I'm sorry. I wish I could come with you, but my place is here, and I've been scolded for interfering before. I really shouldn't.
Please, just watch over the good people here. That's all I ask.
She reaches down and takes your hand and stuffs a silver coin into your hand. And she says, I want you to take this. If things are hopeless and all is lost, call my name and I will come to you. But only if all hope is lost. It will be at great cost to me.
I'm very grateful, Gariel. Thank you.
She just kind of silently nods and takes a step away from you. You should go. Your friends are waiting. Okay, I need to stop watching the chat. I'm gonna actually minimize Discord. If anybody has anything they want to say to me, please just tell me out loud to check Discord. And,
Sorry, Poker.
no, you guys are awesome, but it's super distracting. Like in a good way, but also I can't do my job.
Poker, when we whisper you, I was going to ask you last week, I forgot. Do you prefer through Roll20?
You know, I think so, because I don't get an audible for Discord. I don't actually. You know what? If somebody wants to hear, somebody whisper me. Let's see if I get an audible.
Cue lucid whispering dick pics.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. So I got Psalm's Whisper in Roll20. Somebody whisper me in or send me a DM in Discord. Anything? Nothing.
I sent you something.
Dick pic.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything there. I don't know if I've got notifications shut.
Shows you offline.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Here.
You probably do have notifications turned off.
Yeah, I probably do. I think I got tired of it spamming me.
Mm-hmm.
I actually usually use Discord on my iPad or my phone and just, pop into it from time to time on the PC.
Probably piss you off when you're trying to draw.
Yeah, it does. I'm about ready to turn it off on the iPad too, because it keeps popping up when I'm drawing. You know what? I will turn on notifications, and yeah, I got that. Let me just I'll do notifications, and then just for the session, I will shut them off. We'll just mute the conversation for 8 hours, and that should be enough. Cool. Okay. What? Nixon?
Whole tricky dick.
Dick pics. Right, I get it.
Amazing.
How cerebral of you.
Oh, boy. He's smarter than he sounds, folks. All right. So, oh, God, where the hell was I? Deeb's got a booty coin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you all gather, getting ready to head out. I don't recall if I mentioned what Ulrich and Darren were doing. I know you spoke to Darren the day before, and he said he needed a night to rest up. Did you catch up with them at the end of last session? Do you remember? Does it matter? Can we just...
Is that where Deeves is trying to nation build? Or is that
Yeah.
someone else?
Yeah, I
Oh,
was.
yeah,
We
he
went
was.
into the. Yeah, I convinced him to be a town master.
I just don't recall if they left town before you, or if they... I think my intent, anyway, was for them to travel with you. If, unless you guys had other ideas.
Nope, that works.
That works.
Are they going to shit their pants when we meet up with the goblins?
No, they know. Didn't
Yeah,
we
they're-
tell them?
Yeah, they're aware of the deal.
Yeah, that's right. That was
Yeah,
that whole
no,
thing.
Ulrich
with
knows, and it's not... he was there when you guys were negotiating with Emic, although I think he was...
Oh, right.
I don't remember if he...
He was beaten
No,
up.
he was not. Yeah, he was just beat up. He wasn't unconscious.
Yeah, I think he passed out on the way out of there or whatever. All right. So, as you get ready to go, Ulrich has his suit of borrowed, cobbled together old sort of leather plate and chain, just a mishmash of armor. It looks like, the chainmail shirt is rusted, and it looks like it's been freshly oiled, but he hasn't had time to brush the rust off of it. And one of the shoulder plates is missing, and it's just battered and busted old armor. A fairly serviceable sword and shield on his back. Darren struts in with a beautiful suit of black leather armor with delicate silver inlaid scrollwork all over it, a forest green cloak draped over his shoulder, a rapier at his wide-brimmed dark cavalier hat pinned up on one side with a red ostrich plume pouring over the top of it.
This
Well,
fucking guy.
He's
are
going
we
to
ready
get
to
ganked.
go?
We send him to the front.
He strolls in the door and says, "We're ready, right? I picked out my best traveling clothes."
Yes, they are very camouflage worthy. She says as she eyes the feather in the hat.
I'm going to giggle at Lunalia.
Sorry, the hat stays or I go. I'll blend in, I promise. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Also brought a little something for the road, and he turns to one side, and you can see fairly good-sized loot hung on his back. A little something to entertain by firelight. Perhaps your roguish friends will enjoy a rowdy song or two. Ulrich, shall we go? Ulrich just looks at him and... I forgot about your style. Come on, friends. Let's get this done. And so you all head out. There are not enough horses in town for everybody to have one, and so really the only mode of travel that's viable for everybody is on foot. That being said, it's an easy walk. The roads are wide and well kept, at least enough to travel by foot. The weather overhead is a mix of drizzle and overcast skies as morning turns to noon, turns to early afternoon, and you approach the spot where you were ambushed not so long ago. As you approach, you see a shaded figure step out from beneath a tree, small. It's one of Yemik's goblins. He holds a hand up and waves a signal. You see two others step out from brush nearby.
Yemik said you'd come. We'll fetch him. It will be a couple hours. Make yourselves comfortable.
And as one of them runs off down the trail that not so long ago you went down, at the end of which is their hideout, you are left with a couple hours by the side of the road to take a short rest and do whatever you wish.
Lunalia and say, how long have you been playing the lute?
A few decades. Why do you play?
I do. Not very well. I didn't have much time to learn from my mother. And she'll pull out her mother's lute and show him.
Is it a lute or is it a harp?
It's a lyre, sorry.
Fine instrument. Well, why don't you show me what you can do if you don't mind? I won't judge.
She's going to sort of side-eye the rest of the group.
Yeah, go ahead and make a performance check.
Play a dwarven tune!
I don't know any dwarven tunes.
Ah!
Dwarven Skinnerd!
What is this, performance, you said? Oh, that's not going to be good.
You know, it's not terrible.
Better than the other times.
I think I rolled a 4 last time.
As you lean against a tree and start to play, Darren sort of watches nonchalantly at first, and then it comes to watch a little bit more intently as you get into it more, winding together little bits of melody into the rudimentary song that you've been working on for a while. When you finish, he says, "You know, that's quite good, actually. You're not terrible. Seems you've done this a while."
When I have the chance, I do practice.
Well, let me teach you a few things if you a hand.
She takes it and shakes it.
Right. Well, now that we've met, would you mind if I... And he holds up both hands for the lyre.
She hands it over.
And he rolls a natural 20. Begins
Wow.
to play a very complex song with a moving melody in partial chords. And just for fun, all of my rolls are whispers to myself only, but here. First roll of the night from the DM's a natural 20. Gotta.
Nice.
Get rid of those.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, it was with advantage. The next roll was a natural 19. So, you know,
Oh,
I don't know, that
We're
could be an
fucked,
indicator
boys.
of how things go. Or I just shook out both of my best rolls, and everything else is going to be 1s and 3s. He doesn't play for long, but it's a marvelous song, and it's even those of you who aren't really paying attention are drawn to it. As he finishes, he says, "If we have a few minutes," and I think we do. Here, let me show you a few things. And he starts to demonstrate some very basic patterns, playing some partial chords, and starts showing you some modes and scales. It begins to sink in. Is there anything anybody else wants to do while you have a little downtime here by the side of the road?
Nora with no rhythm begins to dance. I'm assuming we're around a campfire and all that.
Well, I mean,
Waiting, I
you
guess.
you could make a campfire. It's midday by the side of the road.
Oh, never mind. I'm just dancing.
Interpretive style, crazy weird movements.
Yeah, you could say that. Like kind of like what those what's that gift that you guys use with the like the Gothics underneath the freeway?
Oh, them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
All right, but I'm a Goliath. Maybe it's like more of a tribal movement.
dancing like techno Viking,
There you go, techno Viking. That's it.
but completely offbeat.
Yes.
Like they're not even really making music. They're just like he's showing her, some chords and patterns and stuff, and Nora's just in the background.
Yeah. There you go, Deebs.
I'm going to stop for a second and say to Darren, it's possible that our large friend has just stepped into a fire ant nest.
Yeah.
Darren sort of leans over to Linalia and whispers, I can help you with your music, but I don't think I can help him with his dance. That's a sight to behold, and something I'll not forget soon. The entire time, Ulrich is the one word description of his general demeanor is grumble. And as the time passes, eventually the goblin runner comes back with two more in tow, one of them being Yimik. Short goblin struts up to your group. You see he has a new bit of clothing, a helm made from the skull of a very familiar bugbear. Tufts of fur and bits of dried, rotting flesh still stuck to it, as it looks like it was only poorly cleaned before he stuck it on top of his head and strapped it on with a narrow leather thong.
We had to have smelled them before they even got there.
Oh yeah. No, they're a generally stinky bunch.
It makes me stop dancing.
I'll walk up to Yimik and give him like a handshake.
You go to hold out your hand, and he just kind of looks at it and nods and looks at the goblin next to him, who ups a crude crate from his back, sets it down. Yimik jumps up on top of it, so he's a little closer to eye with you, and just crosses his arms across his chest.
Are you headed that way? Is it time?
It is. Were you able to call any of your friends off?
Less than I'd hoped. 10. I was sure more would come. Not all of them. Some of them are too afraid. I don't really think any of my kin are loyal to Grohl, but terrified of him and the other bugbears. Well, something may have even happened to the rest. I don't know. Perhaps, if you can, when you go, try not to kill any goblins.
Sorry.
If you and your friends slay the bugbears and Grohl himself, it's likely the goblins will just leave and come here.
So I'll just say, Yimik, we got quite the band of people going up there. I can make no promises that anyone that's in the castle will be spared.
Well,
They're a rowdy bunch.
Then they've made their choice. Yes, my scouts tell me of a large group of men that came through. Dangerous looking. Savage, some of them. Listen. Watch out for Krosnok's gang. Krosnok and his hobgoblins. They camp outside the castle. Grohl won't let them in. Krosnok has no love for the old bugbear. He, I think, seeks to usurp him and take control of the Cragmaw. I would not trust them. And if you gave him what he wanted, he might come for me next. But they might be short-term allies to you that you could use. If you can find them and make them an offer that they accept, they will honor an alliance for a time, if it serves them.
Thanks for the knowledge, Yemek, but my cleric friend here's head is about to pop. Thank you for the knowledge, Yemek.
He looks at Deebs and says,
Do I bother you, dwarf?
Don't look at me.
he just keeps staring at you.
I'll just ignore him.
Well, I will extend you the courtesy of an invitation. If you have a problem with me and mine, you feel free to visit. You know where we live. We'll make sure you're well taken care of. Now,
Down the
Guys.
gauntlet, Deebs.
Guys, I'm just telling you, it's not going to end well.
Can I do an insight check on that last statement to see like what he's trying to say with that?
Doing a good enough job of yeah, there you go. If I'm not doing a good enough job of RPing it this way, it's a threat. It's
okay.
You got a problem with me? Come to my house and we'll settle it.
Gotcha.
Um,
So like hearing that, I'll just be like, Daddy Deebs, it's okay.
Let's get this done.
Agreed.
do you know the way? Do you know anything about this place? Or would you perhaps like to listen to the rest of what I had to say?
Go for it, Yemek.
If you can find the Wayriding Grove, there's a hill on the southwest edge facing the road. On that hill is a large, flat stone. On that stone is usually 2 goblin lookouts. They camp there for days at a time. They're with me now. With any luck, they've not yet been replaced. Behind that hill is the trail to the castle. Watch yourselves. On that trail, there's a blind inside which another goblin lies in wait to spring a trap of rolling logs. He's with me now as well, but take caution. We may have replaced him. An hour's travel into the grove, there is a clearing that contains the castle. I've only been there a handful of times, and only to visit Grohl in his throne room. There's a front door that's well guarded, a side door to a courtyard that has a large fence around it. There's a drainage grate that I could slip through, but the largest, or and he looks at Deebs, widest of you may not. And to the east, many of the walls are broken down, but the doors to that area are likely locked or at least blocked off. That's all I know. I think there are maybe 10 or more goblins still left, and a few bugbears. and Krosnok's gang of hobgoblins outside at their camp. Do not underestimate Grohl. He's old, and while he is fat, he is still dangerous.
Do you know what is he? Does he cast spells, or is he a fighter?
Nah. He's crafty but not intelligent. No. He has a big sword. He likes to cleave things in half. He looks towards Noro. Like your friend there does.
A match.
I hope not, for your sake. If you can bring me his head, I would find a way to repay you for it. But word of his fall is enough, I suppose.
So I guess I look at the party and just kind of like, do you guys want to ask him anything?
Yeah,
Are there-
where in the castle would he most likely keep a prisoner?
He rolls a d20.
I'm not sure, but there is a small building in the courtyard behind the castle. He could be in any of the towers or there. There are rooms upstairs. Perhaps they locked him in a room. I don't know if the castle has a dungeon or not. I'm not sure.
Are there any traps along the road on the way to the castle?
Grawl and his bugbears are... They think they own the grove. And they do. No one bothers them. There are so many of them in the castle. You'll find at night they only have one or two on guard. During the day, they come and go freely. Only if you try and enter the front door will they attack you. Otherwise, as long as you don't show yourselves in the clearing about the castle, and you stay out of sight of any hunting parties, you should be fine. But they take few precautions. Just that one log trap. If the goblin is not in the blind, then you're safe from that trap. You'll know when you see it. A tall hill to the left rises amongst the trees. The blind is in a small thicket of young trees just before the hill. If one among you is sneaky enough, you could sneak up and see if it was still occupied.
Lunalia will just look over at Psalm and nod.
Laurel asks Yimmick that about the goblins you said with luck that they didn't exchange them. How would we know the difference between those that are with you and those that are not? Goblins are all the same to me.
I would hope that they were smart enough to leave if they were given the opportunity to get that far away from Grohl and his bugbears. But I cannot trust that some of them are not loyal to them, if only out of fear. I wish you would find a way to send them to me, but if they stay with Grawl, if they continue serving him, do what you must with them.
All right.
Don't trust any goblin you meet in that grove unless they immediately run.
Easy enough.
And so if there's nothing else, he steps down off of his small crate. His minion straps it to his back again.
I wish you luck. This is a great service you're doing for me and my kin. I hope you find the dwarf you're looking for.
Farewell, Yemek.
Hmm. He turns and begins to walk off into the woods. And the others return to their posts in hiding.
Oh,
Yes.
I was gonna ask.
You can still shout to him, and he'll turn and talk to you.
No, fuck that guy. What I'm thinking is this because you mentioned that the prisoners would be maybe upstairs, is what it sounds like. I guess I do want to shout at him and ask him actually, if he was to be held in one of these in the towers or up there, is there like a window by chance? Is it open, or is there an opening on the outside of the castle?
He shouts back at you as he's walking away.
There are windows. Some of them are blocked. Others are open. You'll have to find out for yourself. If they have him locked in one of the towers, the windows are probably barred or bricked over.
I just kind of throw my hand up. Okay, thanks. See you later.
He turns around and continues walking off.
Hey, Yemek!
Oh,
We'll speak again.
He stops when you say that. Doesn't even turn around. Just stops in his tracks for 2 seconds and then keeps walking.
and then Nora's like, "You guys are best friends now."
It's good to see you guys getting along. All right, so you all group up and begin to head west again.
Can I quickly talk to the group?
Yeah, for sure. Ulrich and Darren would definitely want to have a talk when you guys get a distance away from this place.
So what do you guys think about this Cross-Knox hobgoblin thing?
I'm not sure what to think at this point.
Yeah, me either.
We have enough evil people helping us. I don't know if we need another group, but that's my opinion.
Nora was like, "That was help."
We didn't have to fight him, Nora.
Yeah, that's true, but if they weren't replaced, I'm thinking along the way there.
What do you think, Scribble?
I think if we see the goblin on the way, we can send him to play with Yemek.
The hobgoblin?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh, the Krosnak guy, yeah.
They'll kill each other eventually.
Yeah, I like that idea. Like,
And Yemek said that the two lookouts that are on the flat rock are his, right?
Yeah.
No, he said they're with him, and they probably haven't been replaced.
Right.
What it
So
means,
they left.
they've come to him. Yeah, they left. They're far enough away from the bugbears that they were just like, what? Oh yeah, fuck those guys, and just joined him.
Okay.
Yeah, as did the one who typically camps out in the blind watching the trail, ready to spring the trap. As for the rest, don't trust him.
Unless they run away and then we stab them in the back.
Listening to all of you talk about this, Ulrich says, I'm not really very happy with the idea of allying with more of these creatures. I don't really think we can trust them.
You and me both, Ulrich. You and me both.
Well, it's experience speaking. At least for me it is. But I'm with you. I suppose it's our lot to get what help we can from who we can. My intent when we meet these red brands is to, without hopefully starting a fight, get a feeling for their combat prowess. I certainly want to know who has my back when we go in there. And I don't know what your plan is, but if you're looking for someone to go knock on the front door with a few men behind him and start a fight, I'm your man. Not much for sneaking around castle halls at night. That's Darren's job.
I also have some experience sneaking around unseen. It's how we found out Madrick was actually in Sleeping Giant.
Darren says, sorry, Deebs, did you
No,
want to
go
say
ahead,
something?
go ahead, go ahead.
He says, why don't you all give us a little more of an idea of who we'll be working with here? These red brands. I mean, I've seen a few of them around town. Obviously, I try and stay out of the way. But who do you have? Who's leading them?
Well, that seems to be the question of the day.
It seems to be Thaddeus and Tal.
I don't know Tal. I haven't seen him around town. And he's either new or he's been holed up in their hideout beneath the manor. Thaddeus I know well enough. He's not a smart man, but he's wise enough to not get into anything that is more than he can handle. He'll likely pick something safe when we get there, like guard the perimeter or march in behind the rest of us. He'll probably want to take as many of his boys as he can with him to keep them out of trouble and surrounding him.
I believe there was one named Roger.
Yeah, I don't know the names of many of the rest of them.
Ah, yes, and Bootless Jim.
Now that's fucking hilarious. There's got to be a story behind that. I'd sure like to know what it is.
Oh, and by the way, Madrick will be in the mix as well.
I thought you killed him.
He came back.
You didn't kill him again?
You humans sure like to kill a lot.
Lunali is just gonna nod. Is not doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results the definition of insanity?
What if What if killing him twice is the trick to killing him for good?
Well, we had a conversation with him, and it sounds like he's died hundreds, if not thousands, of times.
Sure.
He's cursed.
The more the merrier, I suppose. What did you? Is he catching up with us? He looks over his shoulder, or is he going his own way there?
He's going his own way.
His own way.
Oh well, that sounds like something we can't count on at all.
They went ahead of us, right, Poker?
The other red brands did,
Okay.
but not Madrick. Madrick would have left. There's no way he would have been able to leave much earlier than you, on account of you parted ways with him and went back to town and started getting ready to go, right? So even if you left right away, I mean, theoretically, you would have. If he left any time after you, in the 2 hours you spent hanging out by the side of the road waiting for Yimik, you would have seen him walk past, unless he, went a different route, unless he didn't take the road.
Well, he said he was familiar with that place, so he might have taken a different route.
Yeah. Or he might have, left immediately and just set out to go there.
Yeah.
It's probably more likely.
Well, we don't have to go to the front door. So what side are we going to go on? Apparently the east side's blocked.
Darren says, cards on the table. I can pick a lock if I have to, and can get fairly quiet if I need to.
I can help us all in that regard. And both myself and Solmia can become something much more silent, much quieter, much less noticeable.
And Deebs can ride Noro.
I do think if it's at all possible, we should scout it out silently, stealthily, rather than go in blind.
We might not have a choice, though, if the red brands beat us, then yeah.
But then we could use them as the distraction.
Well, we can't scout before we're there.
Well, listen,
Yeah.
I can make one of you invisible. Maybe even two. It lasts for an hour, but you can't really do much, or the spell ends. I'd prefer to save it for myself for an emergency, but I could probably spare. I could spare one or two.
I have this ability as well.
Really? Well then.
But I can also make it so that all of us are much more stealthy.
That's good.
Oh, group level.
I can also send a message. It's not something I can do more than a couple times, but if I get in there, I could report back.
Oh yeah, well,
that's fine.
she can cast a fireball.
Yeah, you guys are doing some sort of like dance off.
Oh, he's literally telling you what he can do so that you can tell him what you want him to do later.
I think we need to get closer before we really make any concrete plans.
He says, also, by the way, this, and he reaches up and tips the brim of his hat up and back down. There's a shimmer, and suddenly he looks like Lunalia.
Oh,
Nice.
And when he speaks, it's still his voice, but he says, this is why the hat stays, by the way.
Lanalia, that's you!
The head.
She's just going to reach
Look!
over and touch him. Skin is nowhere near the same.
Noro's freaking out. Like, what's going on?
I'm instantly like, we were told someone that works for the Black Spider can also shape change.
He reaches up and with his middle finger flips the brim of his hat, just flicks it. Of course, it's out sort of a few inches in front of his face, and it's not even visible. And as he does, you see the hat reappear, and his form shimmers and shifts back to himself. And he says, "It's not me." He takes the hat off and just tosses it to you and says, "Here, if you want to try it on for a while."
Can I put it on and then turn into Noro?
You can put it on, but it requires attunement.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
It'll take you a while to figure out how to use it, but
No, it's fine. I'll just toss it back.
he takes it back from you, puts it back on. It's not your style anyway.
Let's get to the edge of the clearing, and then we can make a plan.
Booker, is our map supposed to change? It's still Phandalin. At least on my end. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I've been staring at a battle map.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, so you make it from the ambush point, which was somewhere around here, back to the fork in the road, back to Low Valley Road. And as you approach the road from a distance, you can see there's a small hill to the left behind the trees. Bootless Jim steps out from behind a tree and whistles back towards that hill, and then sees Noro and kind of shrinks back a little bit. You're not going to take my boots again, are you?
Noro's like, what is he talking about?
Last time you took his boots.
That's not me.
We watched you do it.
Well, you keep him away from me. He takes a few steps away from all of you as he sort of waves you down a narrow trail into the dense trees. The boys are back there. You
Here we
Alright.
go.
Should we head over
Let's
there?
go. Yep.
okay? As you follow the narrow path, it's not much bigger than a game trail. It winds through the forest, only about 75 feet or so, and then comes to a clearing around a small rocky hollow at the base of the hill. The camp's large enough for the Red Brands, Tal and Thaddeus included, and it's probably big enough where if you worked for a bit to clear some of the denser ground cover, you could make enough space for your bed rolls. Some of the Red Brands are roasting a pig on a fire pit that they've put together. A few others are throwing daggers and hatchets at a crudely carved image of Madrick in the trunk of a nearby tree. You can see Thaddeus and Tal are sitting on a stump and a large stone, respectively, having a quiet conversation. They turn as you all approach. Thaddeus stands up. Well, well. Finally decided to show up. Thought maybe you'd all chickened out. Pulled a mighty prank on us. So, it's a day from here to there, and it's getting late. Are you camping with us, or are you finding your own place to bed down? It's all right. I'm used to employers not wanting to associate with the help.
What do you think, Dabes?
I think we should go to our own area.
Oh boy.
Right then, well,
Yeah, this dwarf won't sleep.
No, I'm done. You take your little dwarf out there and get him a good night's sleep. Plenty of skulls to crack tomorrow.
I'm gonna wave it tall.
He just nods. And he looks up at Thaddeus and says, maybe I'll join them if you don't need me here. Fine, suit yourself. Look at him, sucking up to the boss. Tal just shakes his head, stands up. Do you all mind a little company?
Yes.
Daddy Deebs, it'll be okay.
You keep referring to him as Daddy, and yet there is very little dwarven features about you. Is there something that we are missing?
Deebs brought me back.
God damn it.
And he tried to cop a feel when I was unconscious.
It was hovering. It was a hover heel.
Enhance.
She's just gonna shake her head. She doesn't understand.
Yeah, let's go set camp. And we'll most definitely set a watch.
I just go over to Tal and
His hand was at least a nipple and a half away from the boob. Come on.
was it enough to use the rape whistle?
Jesus.
I didn't hear any whistle.
I think you could do that as a bonus action, actually.
Well, considering she was unconscious.
Fucking Cosby.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, you see what you got to do here. You gotta cure light wounds in the Jello pudding pop.
I just go over to Tal and I put my arm around him like no funny business tonight. I just leave him at that.
As you're walking away, was that Lavender? He just kind of looks around. Huh. Ulrich turns to the rest of you and says, I think I'm going to do what I was talking about. Spend a little time with these folk. See how they are with a sword.
I think I'm gonna stay behind too.
Yeah, when you signal to him that you're going to do that, he just looks down and says, well, then I'll have someone to watch my back.
I will stay as well.
Damn, Deeb's leaving his homie behind.
Are you guys going to stay the night here with the Red Brands, or are you just hanging out for a while? Like it's only evening.
I think
And
Deebs was the
there's-
only one that had the issue camping with him.
What? Everybody's deciding to camp there?
Like you guys can go off a little ways and clear a spot, and lay your bedrolls down, close by.
I would imagine we would stay within shouting distance, but I don't think Deebs wants to lay his bedroll down around the same fire as these people.
Right. That's what I was talking about. I wasn't. Yeah, it was just a little ways away.
You don't want to spoon with Thaddeus?
No.
So
His ears
Noros,
aren't pointy enough.
so as Noro sees everybody wanting to stay, I'll go with Deebs.
All right. So, what, Deebs and Noro go off a little ways into the brush to find a spot?
Yep.
I thought Solm and Tal were going as well.
Yeah,
So the four.
we can go to help. Yeah.
You can go to help. So the four of you head off, and it's not a few minutes before you find another sort of suitable spot. A couple of large stones that you can use to sit on, and an area where if you clear enough of the ground cover away after half an hour or so, you could build a little fire pit and lay out some bedrolls. The rest of you observe Ulrich round up several of the red brands and take some of the space that they have open there as a sort of makeshift training area, as he has them each sort of mock duel him as they circle each other with swords. And he has them lunge at him, and he turns his back to them and lets them try and attack him, and he spins around and defends expertly. As you watch this sort of mock combat, he's quite an accomplished fighter, at least so far as he definitely has the motions down. He's very adept with his shield. There's not a chance any of them could even get close to scratching him with their swords. And a couple of times he gets an attack in with the flat of his blade, and has a few words with whoever he's fighting to give them some words of encouragement on how they could have defended against it next time. Some of them are accepting, some of them are quite standoffish or take offense at it. But as the evening goes on, he gets a feel for how many of them are comfortable with the blade and battle ready, and who amongst them are just sort of thugs who haven't done much. As evening turns to night, is there anything you guys want to do here? Any strategy you want to talk? Thaddeus and Tal are both available. The others are feasting on this pig that they've cooked up. Nobody's really offered to share any of it with you, but you could certainly ask if you wanted to sit with them.
I guess I would like to ask Tal what he thinks that him and his crew are gonna try to do tomorrow.
Well, I'm not really sure what exactly we're walking into. I'd like to get a better idea of it before I commit to anything.
So I guess
Thaddeus is a bit of a thug, and he's not really interested in getting his hands dirty. And he'll want to surround himself with at least 2 or 3 of the boys to keep him safe. I wouldn't expect him to commit to much.
that's the impression I got too of
Me,
Thaddeus.
I don't mind getting my blades wet. I prefer not to walk in the front door if I can help it. I'd like to find a back way to sneak in, or he pats a coil of rope over one shoulder. Maybe see if I can find a way in through the roof.
Is Darren with us, or in earshot of this?
Yeah, he is. Actually, you notice that over the last couple of hours, Darren has taken an interest to Tal and is watching him closely.
Because then I'll just point to Darren. I'll say Darren too is a sneaky boy.
Darren's tuning his lute, never taking his eyes off Tal, until the moment you say that, at which point you catch him out of the corner of your eye, looking like he's busying himself with something else. He looks up. Oh, yeah, well, maybe the 2 of us can sneak in there together. Tal just looks at him and nods. Sure, we could do that.
So then, can I just do kind of like a brain dump of what Emic told us to Tal,
Absolutely.
so that he has that information?
And as you start into that, Tal says, maybe we should get Thaddeus in on this too. Just make him feel like he matters.
Whatever you think is best.
Well, I mean, to be honest, the rest of the boys don't really like me, and I think they're a little afraid of me. They seem to look up to him and follow his orders, so it might be a good idea to treat him like he means something around here.
Ah, I see.
I mean, unless you want him gone.
No, nothing like that.
But I can't guarantee the rest will stick around. All right, I'll go get him. He comes back a couple minutes later with, and the rest of you see Tal come and retrieve Thaddeus and walk back towards where everybody else went. So
I would head back as
and-
well then.
Linelia and Scribble, you have an opportunity to go tag along and see what's going on. Ulrich does stay behind with the rest of the Red Brands. He actually seems to have kind of made friends with a couple of the bigger fighters in the group, and is now sitting around the pig, sharing a bit of roast pork with the rest of them.
Oh,
Yeah, I wanted to stay with the others, the ones that we don't know,
Okay.
and
I
just
will-
listen to see if they've got stories or what they're talking about.
I will head back with the majority of our group, though.
Scribble, you get an opportunity to observe the rest of the Red Brands, and Kingston, the large, dark-skinned fellow, doesn't say much, but he's got intelligent eyes, and like you, he's always watching everyone around him. Albert, the shorter, fatter one, is very much a suck up, and is always seeming to try to garner favor from Thaddeus, and now actually from Ulrich. Roger, the quiet, dangerous-looking older man who was upstairs in the room guarding Elmar. Wow, my brain stopped for a second there. Is leaned against a tree, just kind of watching everyone from a distance. Not intently, but he's paying attention. He's got an ear open. There's Elle, the only female of the group, hair shaved down one side and long on the other. Bit of a flirt, doesn't take shit from anyone. Harold, the braggart, you catch him more than once break into a story about kicking the shit out of someone. Not really sure if it's true or not. Doesn't look like the kind of guy who would do well in a fight. Bootless Jim you don't see because he is out watching the road. And you could make a insight check with advantage if you wanted after quietly watching all of them. Oh, sorry, and I missed Carlo, the short, olive-skinned halfling thief. Speaks with a bit of an accent. Doesn't say much, but gets in a good joke here and there, and gets a chuckle out of a couple of the folks.
Okay, and you said insight with advantage?
Yeah. As I change the music up here, the background noise up here a little bit. Okay.
Good thing I had advantage.
So as you spend a bit of time watching these folks, you get an idea of who amongst them seems a little bit less murderous and a little bit more trustworthy. Carlo definitely looks like the halfling. Definitely looks like somebody who wouldn't hurt a fly. He is very nimble of finger and is likely a fairly experienced thief. Albert will follow whoever the biggest dog in the pack is. Kingston is far more intelligent than he looks, and is always watching everybody. But by his mannerisms and and just sort of by the way he does sometimes interact with people, sort of when prompted, he seems like a gentle soul. Roger is, you get the feeling this guy is nothing but trouble, dangerous, and you don't know what he's going to do. The other two are you're sort of on the fence about. You can't quite tell. The general feeling from most of this group is they're probably not terrible people. Back in Dralamar, they're the type of people that you would have associated with. Out here on the frontier, they've fallen in with a bad lot and have sort of been encouraged to do whatever they want and to be jerks to people. But they're probably not the worst folk you've ever met. They're certainly not a bunch of assassins or murderers. Thugs, sure, with nothing better to do, they throw their weight around but the sense you get from them is that there is a bit of a community here, and that ultimately this has kind of been their only livelihood for a while. It kind of reminds you of home. Some of these people remind you of home, of the people you grew up around on the streets of Dralamar. Is Dark back? I saw that
Yes.
there we go. Okay. Is the rest of you? Sorry, I'm just going to turn the audio down a bit here. As the rest of you convene to talk shop, you find yourselves around a small fire in your little hollow in the woods, 30 or so feet away from the larger clearing.
And what time is it now?
Late. It's getting to be about bedtime if you want to get up and get on the road early in the morning.
Okay. Are we setting a watch then?
Thaddeus would tell you that there's enough of them that he just says, get your precious beauty sleep. There's enough of the boys that you don't need to worry. I'll have watches. I'll have 2 on watch rotating through the night. It'll be fine. This is what there's like 15 of us here. Nobody's gonna fuck with us. Just get some sleep.
So I guess I'll look at Deebs like, do you want to tell Thaddeus everything Emic told us?
Noro just gets up and says, I got first watch.
Okay. You relay all of Yemik's intel to them, and they take it all in and think about it for a bit. And Tal says, well, it's hard to tell. I really need to get a look at this place. And but you know what I'm all about. I'm okay to sneak in. If you want me to help find your friend, I can do that. And Darren says, well, that makes 2 of us. Sounds like the two of us, you and me, are gonna sneak in there together, watch each other's backs. Tal shakes his head and says, friend, I work better alone, but I'm not going to argue with you. If you want to come, sure.
Perhaps you both should take one of us with you.
What do you mean?
Well, if you are watching each other's backs, shouldn't one of us watch both of yours?
The point of sneaking in is it doesn't work if we all go in together. Is that a rat on your shoulder?
Yes. And we wouldn't all be going.
Is that
3
Albert's
is not
rat?
all. Is that what? Yes.
Is that Albert's
I believe
rat?
so.
I totally forgot.
Yes, he quite likes our crackers.
You've been feeding it? You do know that's a familiar, right? I didn't think they stuck around after that. Well, I guess I learned something.
So yes, I think you should perhaps take one of the sneakier of us. She looks over at Deeves and Noro. Perhaps not our two brutes, as it were.
Darren says, sure. He looks at Solmia and then he looks at Tal and he's like, Are you two, can you be quiet? Or have you been around the dwarf too long?
I'll say I've spent most of my time in solitude lately, so I can certainly be quiet if need be.
Right then. Well, I suppose one of you is with Tal and one of you is with me. That is, if we can find a way to get in quietly. Sounds like Ulrich is making good time with the boys back there. Maybe he'll have a fighting force trained up and ready by tomorrow to storm the front gate. What about the rest of you then?
Deebs, you like that front gate action?
So, Darren says, let's put our cards on the table here. What are we all after? I'm here for Ulrich, and Ulrich's here for Gundren. Does anybody else here care about this King Groll, or if we can get the dwarf out without much of a fight, are we just taking him and leaving? Or does that leave a loose end that might haunt us in the future? Tal leans forward. Really? A specific drow, or
Yeah, I kind of raised my eyebrow at Deebs too. Like, what are you talking about, Deebs?
specific drow, or just
I didn't realize he was a part of the castle.
well, so Gundren is being the Black Spider employed King Groll and his Kregma clan to capture Gundren, and they're holding Gundren until the spider shows up to collect him.
So much racism out of this one.
Tal says, "You've heard of this spider, then?" And oh no, he doesn't say that because Tal told you about. Somebody told you about the spider, and I don't remember who the hell it was. Mad
Halia told us about
Talia
the
told you about.
kind of
Yeah.
the
Somebody
drow
told
and
you
how
that
he
he's the
wanted to
drow.
kill
I
the
just
other
don't
drow.
remember who did. I think it was Halia.
Tal told us about some of the Black Spider too. Though wasn't he the
so,
one
yeah.
that told us he can one of them can shapeshift or something?
No, that
I
was
think
Halia.
so. No, that was Halia.
Oh, jeez.
Didn't Clark say something?
Probably.
Trying
As-
to remember.
Oh yeah, back when we were in that cave, it was either Clark or it was Yemek that said it.
Right. That's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out which
I
one.
think a couple people. Well, is going to the castle. That's
Yeah.
where the up to it might take him up to a week to show up to collect the dwarf. But they're basically you were kind of Yemek told you guys that the dwarf would likely be safe for up to a week until the Black Spider comes to collect him, and then there's no guarantee on what happens to him after that.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, it's been like what, five days now?
Yeah, you're coming up on a week, so
You want to figure out while we're split up in a castle, Deebs? We're doing this tomorrow.
That's sort of the impression that I was under, is that we were going to go have a look and come back. You know, unless things go awry, but I thought that's what the plan was.
What if
Oh,
the
I-
scouting's successful?
Yeah, like I thought we're gonna try to rescue this guy.
Oh yeah, we are, but I didn't think we were just going to go charging in there without any info.
Tal says, based on what you've told us from what your goblin friend told you, it's a day from here to there. If we went due north from here, we could try and ford the Edelwine River, but it's wide and fast, and, well, I think Ulrich would have to leave his armor behind, and he doesn't seem the type to do that. And I have a feeling that some of those idiots would get washed downstream to the ocean, or just flat out drown. Not all of them are bright or capable. So if we don't ford the river, it's west to the Weston Way, north across the bridge, and then east a bit to the Wayriding Grove. We're looking at a short day's travel, 6 to 8 hours, and then from what you're telling me, into the Grove is a bit. Sounds like we'll make it there by nightfall. Have a look at the place, see what it's about, come up with a plan.
How much time can we shave if we ford the river?
We can knock a half day off if we ford the river.
And
But
I think
getting
that's
there in the
what we should do.
afternoon versus getting there at dusk, what's the difference?
Time is always the difference. I can help those that are weak swimmers.
All right.
I can
Well, I
breathe
mean, we've got-
underwater, and I can move just as easily through it as air.
We've got some rope, tie a few people together too, I suppose. Maybe between you and the big one. And he looks at Deebs. You are not going to float.
This seems like an unneeded risk, Lunalia. To move. There's what, like 15 of us total?
Thaddeus says, why not split up? Some of us take the road, some of us cross the river. Those who cross the river get there early, check things out. The rest of us catch up. You leave us a sign, or leave one of you behind, waiting for us. The others go and scout out.
Maybe that is a good idea. How do you feel about splitting the party?
Thaddeus stands up and says, I feel fucking grand about it. Thank you for asking. I'm off to bed. See you in the morning. And he walks off. Tal just watches him leave. There's a bit of a look of disgust on his face. Right. So now that it smells better here,
All I can smell is lavender for some reason.
I know. What? Never mind.
So maybe
So-
a small group of us then maybe goes and crosses the river, while the bigger, louder ones go the long way.
I don't know. I got +2 to stealth.
Well, I mean, it's a wide, deep river. So
I'm not like too keen on crossing a river.
yeah, Tal knows the area well enough and would tell you throughout the course of conversation that, you're talking about swimming 150 feet across a fast moving wide river that is fairly deep in the middle. A strong swimmer would make it. It's not rapids or anything, but it's a wide, deep, fast moving river. A strong swimmer would make it. Anybody weaker, anybody wearing armor or, weighed down with provisions and whatever would not. You know, so do with that what you will. It'll shave 4 hours off the trip. It'll get you there in the afternoon instead of nightfall.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it from a give us more time to scout perspective.
Sure.
But if you guys all want to stick together, then I think we take the long way.
All right.
Anyone else?
Deeves must be eating dinner. Yeah, I'm not gonna cross the river personally.
I'm
not strong at all.
crossing the river is like walking for Noro. But I'm not.
Yeah, with your chainmail? Oh, yeah.
All I got is a loincloth.
Yeah, but what happens if it gets swept away while you're swimming?
Well, then that's his fault for not securing it well enough.
It's that GIF that Lucid posts.
It looks. Then everyone will receive a gift when I get out of the water.
Like to roll an investigation check.
We're just essentially scouting, right?
Yeah.
I'm not there, but I think that we can scout at night as well as we can during the day. Everyone seems to have dark vision except for Noro.
And the like 7 or 8 humans that are with you, but yeah.
Oh yeah, but they're not scouting.
Yeah, and like we're not as a party gonna all scout. That doesn't seem very smart.
No. Okay, well, why don't we all just stick together and take the road then?
Which is Somia, Deebs, Lanalia, and you know what? I'm gonna stay at camp.
Well, I mean,
No.
there's a day of travel between here and there. You guys are here on the map, and you were going to here.
Oh,
So it's a day to travel west and then north and then back east to the White Riding Grove and then about an hour into the woods.
all right. So the two guys are trying to go across the river. Is that right?
That's just an option. It sounds like it's not going to work. I'm just offering it as an option. If it's a stumbling block for the party, I mean, I'll just make it clear. Not very many other people can go. It would be a couple of you, and that's it. And you could scout ahead and then let the others catch up.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go scout ahead, that's fine.
We just burned all that time talking about it anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
All right. I'll just stick with the party.
Tal says, all right then, well, it sounds like we're decided. You all mind if I sleep here tonight?
I don't mind.
Fantastic. He doesn't wait for anybody else to respond.
Yeah, Lunali would just shrug. It's a free world.
He goes back a little ways from the clearing and just sits down with his back up against a tree. Takes one of his wicked-looking curved short swords out and lays it across his lap, with his forearm sort of sitting over it and his hand flat over the handle. And just shuts his eyes.
Noro, you said you were taking the first watch?
1 second.
Hey
So
kids, rule it. I'm
th-
trying to D&D.
So this is purely redundancy because you guys don't trust the Red Browns?
Yeah.
The whole watch thing? Well, since I'm able to sleep finally, I'm definitely gonna sleep.
Yeah, so Lonalia would tell Noro, wake me when your watch is done.
Daddy. Daddy Deeves, can you tell me a story?
Once upon a time, there were gray dwarves. Then I killed them all. The end. Go to sleep.
I fucking hate the Grayskins. But not you, because you got the boobs.
Wow.
Sorry, back. Thought I heard a gunshot.
Oh, jeez.
Jesus Christ.
Excuse me.
No shit.
It was pretty loud, and I'm just like, "What what was that?" And then I had to go. I just make sure. I had to go play security.
Was it actually a gunshot or was it something else?
No. For some reason, someone's fireworks, and I don't know why. It's freaking September.
Yeah, people
Because they
it's-
can.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in a neighborhood where people do what they want.
I don't know, maybe somebody's COVID test came back negative and they're celebrating.
So, Noro, you're going to take first watch?
Yes, first watch.
Yeah.
And because I'm a blacksmith, I'm going to admire the blades that were pulled out.
Yeah. So just wake Lunalia when your watch is done.
You got it. Kind of just stand up, stare into the night sky into the dark, and wishing I had night vision.
Is there anything else anybody else wants to do before calling it a night?
I'm good.
I'm good.
I pull out my bar of soap.
Do you just inhale deeply, trying to smell linene?
She touched it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
She picked it out for me too.
She
Dating
did.
sim poker, dating sim.
Wow. So much thirst at the table. Jesus.
Too funny. Too funny.
Well, as the wind shakes the trees about you, Darren takes his lute out and plucks a quiet tune, humming softly along with it. And sleep finds all of you except for Noro, eventually. Watches are taken, and morning comes without issue. Those of you who do take watch can hear occasional quiet chatter coming from the Red Brand's camp. Once in the night, Lunalia, one of the Red Brands, who is on watch for them, Kingston, the large dark-skinned man who's quiet, steps quietly into the clearing where all of you are, just to have a look, and sees you, nods, turns and quietly steps away. You can hear him move throughout the woods about you in a wide circle. Morning comes, and you all find yourselves awake and getting ready to go. A gentle dew coats everything this late spring morning. You can hear the Red Brand camp is the Red Brands are breaking camp and getting ready to travel as well. And before long, all of you are on the road together. I am going to fast forward to you arriving at Wayriding Grove, unless anybody has anything they want to do or say, or stop along the way.
Nope.
Nope.
Noro, Deebs, and Scribble, as well as Ulrich, Darren, and some of the others, would know this road well. The Weston Way is the main road that runs from Dralamar to the north all the way down to the border with Balanas. It snakes up through the mountains and over. Here, not more than 5 miles from the ocean, the smell of ocean air tickles your nostrils, carried on a stiff breeze. The Weston Way is wide, heavily traveled, deep ruts from many, many trade caravans, and an old stone bridge that crosses the now quite wide and powerful Edelwine River here, not far from its delta. You make your way across the old bridge, and the lot of you pass several wagons headed south for the border, packed with all sorts of goods and supplies. One of them with bolts of colorful cloth. Another one, a carriage with the curtains drawn shut. Possibly several people inside. One of the merchants on top of one of the wagons waves at all of you. And there's some chatter amongst the Red Brands about how defenseless these guys look. But they keep to themselves. You cross the river and not far past its banks, to the east, you can see off in the distance a rise of trees up the sides of a shallow rise of hills. As you break off the path and head through the tall grass and low coastal shrub, you eventually begin to see a small knoll rise up ahead of you with a flat stone, maybe 30 feet across, perched precariously atop it. It casts some shade below it, possibly a place where someone might camp atop this knoll. And on top of it, you could see where a couple of goblins could definitely sit and if they lay flat enough, probably not be seen from a distance, but still have a pretty good vantage of the valley about you. Does anybody want to scout ahead, make any perception checks, anything?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else, or is it just Lunalia who's going to range out ahead? Lunalia Tal follows you, crouching low in the tall grass and moving silently. And you move with him quietly through the grass, looking out ahead. You don't spot anything atop that rock, although you do see a rope hung down on one side where somebody might scrabble up the side.
It looks like Emek's men have indeed left.
Well, that's a good sign. I'm going to go have a closer look. He crouches down and very quickly makes his way up the side of the knoll. When he gets up underneath the rock, he waves at you to approach.
So I'll go up and follow him.
It looks like there was a camp here, but they broke it a couple of days back. Nothing to see here. That's a good sign. Your friend Yemek is trustworthy so far. He whistles loudly, and the rest of the Red Brands move forward. You look beyond the hill, the knoll that you stand on, and you can see an entrance into the tree line about 100 feet back. Wide, but you can see that it narrows, and it's a well-traveled footpath. The grass about it all trampled down from a variety of foot traffic. As the group comes together, Tal looks around and just says, well, are we all marching? Is this how it is? If we run into somebody on the trail, are we just taking them down?
Perhaps we should send some people to look and see if that goblin is in the blind farther ahead. Also, can you switch off the nighttime wolves and campfire?
Yeah. Funny you say that though, because it is approaching dusk again.
I clearly heard a horse.
Yeah, well, I can't control what's in the background audio, can I? I'll change it from campsite to forest.
So, I can't remember how far they said that goblin blind was.
It doesn't really matter. It's a ways in. I think Yimik said an hour in. And he said you'll know it by the hill to the left. So what's your marching order? And is everybody just jamming together in a big line and going down this trail?
I don't think that's a good idea personally.
I need some feedback from the rest of the party.
But Go ahead. I was going to say, I think maybe some of us should split off from the group, maybe our group specifically, and parallel the red brands through the woods. I mean, I know that you don't move, super silently, but I can help with that. I just don't think we should all march down as a 20-man group.
Be like bunched up, right?
Yeah.
Agree.
No, I mean, I think we could leave the red brands maybe on the road. Maybe Darren and Tal would come with us because they're sneakier. So that there would be like 7 of us, and then the remainder will stick to the game trail or whatever, and we'll mirror them, but through the woods and away from them a ways.
Thaddeus, listening in, says, there'll be enough of us on the road. We can take whatever we run into, but I'm a little worried about my accent changing suddenly. Come on, Brain. He says, I'm a little worried about if we run into some goblins or something. If we can't take them all down, some of them run off. Alert the others. Maybe it's best if some of you who are off the trail or out in front of us can stop them. Tal says, well, I've got a crossbow. I can do what I can do.
There's ways to prevent them from running.
Sure. If you have those ways, that's good.
Shall we then?
So we're just heading down towards the little knoll area?
No, you're heading into the forest. You've passed the lookout knoll with the flat stone on top of it and found that there's no goblins there watching, and you are standing at the entrance to a large and well-traveled path into the woods.
Oh, okay.
The woods about you, the trees are tall. And the woods are fairly dense, but there is enough space in between the trees and, within the underbrush that individuals could move through here and there at a little bit slower pace. So if the group traveling down the trail itself isn't moving too quickly, you could range out ahead of them, spread out through the woods a bit.
Yeah. So before we head out, she's going to gather our group up, the group that's going to go deeper into the trees, and she's going to pass without a trace.
So who is that group? Speak up if you're going to be ranging in the woods, because you're going to be the ones making survival checks to figure out where you're going and perception checks to detect baddies.
That's what I wonder if like our full group needs to be like trudging through the woods.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking.
What's the harm in like Deebs or someone not stealthy like going on the road with the red brands? Well, no, I'm not saying like just you. I just wonder like how worth it is for all of us to be going through the woods.
Well, Deebs, it'll be you and Ulrich, and probably Noro and maybe Darren. Because Darren says, I'll be honest, I'm not great in the woods.
Lunali's just going to look at his big bright red feather. You don't say.
Sneaking around in back alleys and that sort of thing is fine by me. I'm not particularly good out in the wild.
Yeah, it's like obvious that like me and Lunalia would go in the woods, but I mean, like Scribbles, are you able to kind of go through woods and stuff?
I'm pretty stealthy, but I don't have much like wisdom and stuff as survival, right?
Yeah, so your skill checks are going to be, survival, stealth, and perception. And if you don't have to be solo either. Like, several of you can group up and sort of parallel the trail as a group.
Okay.
So you could rely on each other, or you could split off into two groups of two. Lunalia and Scribble and Tal and Solmia, for instance, and 50 feet off the trail to either side. And ahead of the rest of the group to try and look for traps, look for scouting parties or hunting parties, look for guards, that sort of thing.
That actually makes a lot of sense to do left and right like that, because like I can see like all of my stuff this is meta, but like I'm definitely super good at all this stuff. And Lunali, I'm guessing you are too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so maybe you go left, I'll go right.
Yeah.
Yes, let's hit him with the flex.
I think he's.
I'll go with Lunalia.
Right on.
Thank you, Poker.
We'll just say Tal said it.
Okay.
Fuck that guy.
Hey.
If you play your cards right, maybe.
Oh, jeez. You want some of that Genasi?
Oh no, I have Tal's bio written and know exactly what he's after. That's for you guys to find out.
Oh boy.
Yeah. As the two pairs range out ahead of the rest of the group a bit, Lunalia, are you casting a spell on everyone? No?
Nope.
Okay.
It was only going to be if it was a big group.
Gotcha. So the two groups break off into the woods. Go ahead and let's start with the four of you rolling stealth. The three of you and Tal rolling stealth.
You. Our group, not so good.
Not so good, but
Wouldn't
Not
Scribble be
entirely.
able to help her somehow?
not entirely terrible. Sorry, I need to get Tal's character sheet here. Yeah, Tal rolled a 2 for a total of 11.
Some sneaky dude he is.
Yeah, well, I rolled a natural 2. I told you, all the good rolls are gone. I wasted the 2 of them. I wasted my 2 good rolls tonight. Playing freaking harp. As the 2 groups pair off and split into the woods on either side of the trail, Deebs and Noro, you can hear them sort of crashing through the underbrush. They quiet down eventually, but it takes some time, and you kind of cringe as they make a ton of noise at first. Who's on the left and who's on the right? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Solmia, you're on the right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go left.
Lenalia, you're on the left. Go ahead and Solmia and Lenalia, go ahead and give me perception checks. Nice. Okay. Well, the one on the left is the more important one because that's the blind and the log trap are coming up on the left after about an hour. But I need one other roll, and this is just going to tell me how well you track with the trail. This is a survival check. Either Lunalia or Scribble can make it. Either Solmia or
I did it.
yeah,
Take mine.
nice. I was going to say you can either whoever makes it can have advantage assisted by the other.
I'm assuming your survival's not great.
It's +1.
Okay, I'll roll it. Ooh.
It's good enough. 15 is a normal difficulty. You manage to track the trail, even though you're off a little ways in the dense woods. And closing in on an hour or so, a little bit longer, an hour and a half, you're moving slowly. You see darkness beneath the trees, the rise of a hill. And Lenalia, you spot a dense tangle of saplings, denoting the blind, where the goblin might be hiding. With your perception check, you're sure there is someone hiding in there.
She's going to motion Scribble closer, and she'll whisper down at him that I think there's somebody in that blind.
That's not good.
No, let's set it on fire. I learned in my last campaign it's not a good idea to attack things with a fireball spell in the middle of heavy woods.
Yeah, she almost.
I don't
burned
have
down.
fireball.
She almost burned the forest down.
Is the blind, I guess, is looking towards the road? Like, is that sort of?
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
kind
sort
of
of
a-
what it's?
It's kind of it's kind of like a C-shaped stand of young trees, maybe 10 to 15 feet tall at the highest. With fresh sprouts of green leaves off of them. And the way that it's set up, the open part of this stand is sort of facing away from the road. And the whole thing sits about 20 feet away from the main trail, with a hill at its back. If you wanted to get any closer than about 30 feet, you'd have to make a stealth check to sneak up on whoever's in it. But you can definitely, you heard something. You heard some movement in there. And
Is
If
it
you wanna
possible
get-
it's one of Yemek's boys, or Or the Yemek's boys taken off?
Well, Yemik said his boys took off. If there's anybody
got
left, you know,
That we shouldn't trust them.
yeah,
Got it.
like there's no reason for a lone goblin all the way out here to not have gone, fuck this, I'm going to join Yemik, unless he's loyal to Grohl for some reason.
Right. So if there is a goblin in that blind, I think we need to take him out before he shoots our friends on the road.
Unless he runs.
Well, we'll just have to prevent him from running then, won't we?
All right. So
I can go and try and lure him out if you want to try and hit him with your magic.
we can do that, or we can just sneak up on him.
And the way the blind of trees is, you can't really see through it, or like whoever's inside it has total cover from here. You'd have to get around behind them and close. You'd have to get within about 15 feet of them to see them.
Okay, well then maybe we both just sneak up. So I will roll a stealth to sneak up on him.
I
You see
assume
me
we
drawing
both
on
need
the
to
map?
roll stealth.
You guys can see me drawing on the map, right?
Yes.
There's the trail. This is the hill. And this little thicket of trees is like this. And you are here. Your group is here. And the other two are probably here. It's forest all around you. So you would have to kind of go up like this to see inside of this little blind of trees. You'd have to get within about 15 feet of it to actually see what's in it and target it.
Okay.
Which means you would have to make a stealth check to approach.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 16 on my stealth.
Okay.
Oh, let me roll.
Nice. As the two of you sneak up, soft of foot as possible, you can hear soft humming, horrible sounding. You see the familiar long sort of bent ears and grayish green skin of a goblin, its head sort of bobbing back and forth as it hums itself a little tune to try and keep itself busy. It doesn't seem to have seen you. You can get up to within about 15 feet of it.
I don't want to kill a poor humming goblin.
On 3?
What do you want to do?
Yeah. Lunalia is going to cast Frostbite.
How far are we from it?
You can get up to within about 15 feet of it. Scribble, you could sneak closer with that stealth check. You see the goblin, and you can definitely tell it's facing away from you. You're confident enough you could probably get right up to it. It'd be close. You need to roll initiative if you wanted to rush in there and attack it in melee.
Just bonk it with a staff.
I'll
cast. I mean, so I guess are we both going to cast at the same time then?
I think so.
All right, what are you casting?
I'm going to cast Lightning Lure.
At the same time, Lunalia casts Frostbite.
Wait, that's the spell that like does all the party damage, isn't it?
No,
What?
that's Ice Knife.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, that'll work.
All right, so you cast Lightning Lure, which is a strength saving throw, or be pulled up to 10 feet in a straight line towards you, and then take a d8 lightning damage if they're within 5 feet of you. So you get within 15 feet and you cast Lightning Lure. I'm going to
Yeah.
make my strength saving throw on that of a rolled a natural 9, so that's an 8. At the same time, Linelli's Frostbite hits it. And that is a con save, natural 1.
Nice.
The beam strikes out from your hand and hits it, and there's an explosion of frost. As a bolt of lightning catches it in the back, and it's suddenly yanked quickly towards Scribble. There's an explosion of electricity as it lands on the ground. Scribble, roll your lightning damage. Damn. The combination of the frost and the sudden flash of lightning, it falls dead to the ground at Scribble's feet, smoldering, its corpse charred. Yeah, that lightning lure would have one-shot it.
Wow.
Nice.
Well, at least it didn't suffer.
You can see in the blind next to it, there is a thick rope that leads off and sort of up the hillside.
Can we see what it goes to, or is it too far away?
Yeah, you go check it out. You're fairly confident that after that, anybody else who was around would have heard it and come running. So, by merit of that not happening, you know there's nobody else here. You go up and check it out. You follow the rope, and the rope goes up to a very large, suspended bundle of logs from felled trees
Ah,
that are about 30 feet up the hillside, rigged in such a manner where if that rope were pulled, it would bring the entire 7 or 8 large logs down onto the path. Pretty much as Emic described. Big log trap.
Well, good.
nice.
So the rest of you would have heard the spell casting going on. You hear something get yanked through the woods in a sudden crackle, and then it goes quiet. Anybody? Any reactions?
Right, I'm almost like putting my hand on Dee's mouth.
She's going to move quickly towards the road to just sort of signal that it was them and that it's all good. She'll give a thumbs up, maybe.
All right, you do that, and the rest of you see her step out of the brush and give you a positive signal. Solmia, you and Tal on the other side, you hear something far off. And Tal just quietly says, I think they found that trap.
Yeah, good old Scribble Nunalia.
It's quiet enough. I'm guessing they dealt with whoever was there. Well, shall we? And he keeps walking on. As all of you continue moving forward down the path, Tal turns to you, Solmia, as you're making your way quietly, and just says, "So there's a chance that there's drow here at this castle. Are you excited? Have you been around your people much?"
I have never met another drow before. I don't know what to think.
Try and keep an open mind. find it's helpful advice most of the time, but people say things about drow, but they're not all bad. Don't get me wrong, some of them are terrible. But I've met some that are all right. One at least.
Well, that's good to hear. Based on how I've been treated just going out from my mountain home, it doesn't seem like people like drow too much.
You won't get any of that from me.
It's kind of blush.
How long have you been with these people?
Trying to think. 5.
days? 5
Yeah,
days?
yeah. So I'll
Yeah.
just say 4 or 5 days.
What are you planning on doing after this?
The dwarf saved my life, so I feel like I need to continue following him until I can repay the favor.
Yeah, that's that hits close to home for me. I feel the same about someone who got me out of a bad place once. Hope I can make it up to him someday. Well, if you find their company is a little too abrasive, or we're looking for a bit of a change, I hope you'll look me up. I'm not sure I'll be staying with the Red Brands after this, but I don't think I'll be going far either.
That's good to know.
I have some interesting friends that you might like to meet.
I'll nod.
Don't get me wrong, your friends seem like good folk. They're just not my flavor, and I don't think I'm theirs. Oh, we'll see anyway.
Thank you, Tal.
Yeah. Hey, if things get strange in there, if you don't understand what's going on, I need you to know you can trust me. I don't expect you to, but well, you might see some things.
Oh.
You can trust me.
I'll just say I've certainly dealt with my fair share of odd and strange things.
I'll bet you have. As the group on the road continues moving forward, and those in the woods continue ranging out ahead, parallel and a bit ahead of the rest of the group. You see light filtering through the canopy up ahead. The trees begin to thin out a bit, and after another half hour or so past the log trap, you begin to see the edge of a clearing ahead. And the shadow of a large crumbling castle looms in the center, sort of on a bit of a rise, looking over the clearing about it. Deebs and Noro, with Ulrich and the others, you see this up ahead, and Darren says, well, perhaps we should step into the brush. I mean, unless you boys want to waltz up to the front door, then. Left or right?
left.
Okay. I'm going to move you guys to the map. Solmia, you and Tal become aware of the group moving off the trail away from you. Are you going to join them or are you going to stay separate?
Hmm.
If we're on the right, we'll still be able to hear stuff coming from that other direction. Probably stay separated then.
Okay. I'm going to put you guys on the map. I hope that the areas that I have blacked out are indeed blacked out. We'll see. And I think I've got everybody's tokens on it. Welcome to Cragmaw Castle.
Whoa.
You might have to zoom out and then kind of wing around to find the ground floor.
It won't stop being blurry for me.
Give it a second. It takes a while to load.
Yep, just got it.
So is one picture the left and the other's the right, or is that top and bottom?
The left is the top floor, and the right is the ground floor.
That's a lot of people.
It is a lot of tokens.
Yeah, so I've just I've got the. I don't. There's obviously not a tree line here or anything, but well, it is what it is.
Do you see me pinging poker?
Not yet. Hang on. I'm still moving people around. Okay. Go ahead and ping again. Yep.
Are we
I didn't
supposed
see
to
a
see
ping.
that?
Well, you see it, so it is what it is.
Okay.
So you find yourselves in a clearing, 100 feet or so away. This castle crumbling on its eastern side. Its battlements in a state of disrepair. Old. This thing must be a couple hundred years old. Around it, some of the clearing is somewhat natural, and sort of towards the back of the castle, there is a field of jagged stumps where it looks like the goblins and bugbears here have taken down some of the surrounding trees for firewood, for building supplies. Towards the back of the castle, you can see from your vantage point over, if you can see where I'm pinging, over towards the upper left corner. You can definitely get a lot closer than from any other way. In fact, the best approaches towards the castle are going to be from either the northwest or the northeast, coming around the camp from behind. I'm going to give you guys a couple of minutes to just have a look over this. We'll say that moving throughout the woods, there's enough of you that I'm not going to have anybody make stealth checks, because there's enough of you where a group stealth check will almost certainly succeed. So I'll just give you a couple of details. There is a set of steps up the front that goes up to a platform about 10 feet up. A large double door looms there, shut. You can see there are windows about it and arrow slits in the battlements, both on the first and the second floor. As some of you move around the castle to the west, you can see that there is a large grate. You're not quite sure what it's an entrance to, maybe a drainage grate. There is a bit of a murky looking puddle at its base. There's a courtyard in the back that has a wall about it. The wall is a good 15 feet high and reinforced with spikes at the top. A building sits out at the far corner. Stone gargoyles perched on the roof. Around the back, it looks like, from what you can tell, given the stained glass windows, some sort of chapel. On the eastern side of the castle, the towers are all but destroyed. The large, what may have been dining hall, is open to the elements, and you can see now in the evening's dying light, there's a campfire that's been lit inside. And several figures have gathered within. Several goblins and a bugbear sit around a campfire cooking a meal. To the far east, there are what looks like 3 hobgoblins. They are humanoid, roughly 6 to 6.5 feet tall. They have features somewhat like that of a bugbear, but they look far more civilized. They wear well-crafted armor that's in a state of good repair. They're certainly far less savage and barbaric looking than the bugbears are. You can see 3 of them about a fire, cooking and having a quiet conversation. Several tents are strewn about where these folk who aren't allowed within the castle proper have set up their home. So as you all see this, sorry, I should talk about the second floor as well. The second floor on the eastern side of the building is also wrecked. You can see the jagged edge of the floor there. Rooms open to the elements, hallway open to the elements, that just hangs out over the ground floor's open dining hall. Over the fence, you can just see a stairway lead up to the outside of the chapel, and there is a closed door. There is a door there that stands open. And just because you can already see the bugbear there, you can hear the sounds of what you think is a bugbear talking to somebody from within the courtyard. So just to recap the points of entry, there's a front door, which you've heard is well guarded and locked. There is a grate to the side that the bars are near enough to each other that a medium-sized humanoid would not slip through, but a small creature could. There is an open door and stairs leading out into an open courtyard, surrounded by a 15-foot wall with spikes atop it. And there is a potential entry going through the various goblinoids camped out in the wrecked area to the side. The castle is 2 stories. The roof of the castle is a good 40 feet off the ground. From here, you can't see any obvious points of entry. And you don't see anyone atop it either. But if someone were to get up to it, there's a potential they could get inside from there as well. I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes to have a look over the map and talk it over, and I will be right back. Are you guys okay if I take a quick break?
Yep.
Do you guys all want to take a quick break? It's been 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna AFK quick.
Sounds good.
Let's take a break. 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Let's do 10.
Hey, Siri. better idea of who is where or who's who. So, as evening sets in and the sky begins to darken above you, you find yourselves at the tree line, roughly 100 feet away from this castle. Moving about the trees and observing the castle from all angles as you're able to see. The closest you can get to it would be from the northwest or the northeast, each about a 60-foot dash from the tree line to the wall. So you could make it in, most of you could make it in a single turn if you use your action to dash. If you ran to the front of the building, it's about 100 feet, which means it would take you roughly 2 turns to get there. You don't see any guards posted, either atop the walls or in what windows you can see. Some of the windows are look like they're boarded up, or there's no light coming from them. Others, you see the flicker of torchlight.
So are all of us, except for Solmia and Tal, sort of grouped up?
Well, I mean, you would have the opportunity over the next hour or two to get a really good look at this place, to observe it, and to eventually group back together if you so desired. But that's going to be up to Solmia.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were like right in front of the castle. We'd be back with them. I thought we were still like walking up to it.
Okay, I'll put you all together. And again, this is not, your positions are not entirely to scale. You guys are further off the map than we see here. I just can't. There is no further off the map. It's already a pretty big map. So I was going to try and do a zoomed out view to actually show the tree line and the field of stumps out back, but I mean, there's really, unless you guys make a bunch of noise, you're not going to have combat, that far away from the castle. So,
So do we want to inside? Or sneak up and look through windows, or do you guys want to go in totally blind?
The stealthy guys, do you think they'll be able to do some of that? Would that be possible? Do we have anybody that would do that?
Well, Darren said he could cast invisibility a couple of times. I can cast invisibility. We have an invisibility potion. Plus, me and Solm can both shapeshift. I don't know how stealthy... Well, Tal's a stealthy guy too, so... I think we have a few options.
So from just to throw this out from like a outside the game standpoint, it's 1/4 to 10. So I know how much time that's gonna take. I don't necessarily want to play till like 2 a.m.
well, I'm going to stop in 2 hours. So,
Okay.
I can go another 2 hours, and then that's it for me. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time letting people scout. If they're going to scout invisibly, or if they're going to scout in animal forms that, like, as an example, the druids could turn into spiders and take 5-6 hours scouting the place at the speed of spider crawls, which would open up everything, and we would just skip forward and I would show you the whole map. But you can't count on where people are after 5 or 6 hours on the map either. If you were to stealth in, climb up to the rooftop, try and find a way in between those bars, scale the wall out back and go in through that open door. Use invisibility, whatever. There'd be a handful of skill checks, and then we'd uncover what parts of the castle you could see. There is, of course, more risk, even if you're invisible. I mean, it's an advantage on stealth, but you're still making noise, so people might still detect you. I'm looking to wrap up the scouting portion in 10 to 15 minutes and get on with it. The scouting basically lets you see more of the map. Kind of like Lenalia did with the inn.
All right.
How long does wild shape last?
An hour.
Yeah, I like personally, I don't use the wild shape on scouting. Just speaking for myself.
Well, he said it would take 5 or 6 hours as a spider.
Well, like as like a house spider, right? Like we have bigger forms and all that. Like a house. You're trying. Deebs, do you know the power level of hobgoblins from your dwarven history?
That's a good question. You could make a, I don't know. You could make a history check.
Because what if they're like 3 Clargs? You know?
You're not entirely sure. Yeah. From a distance, the hobgoblins are humanoids, roughly the size of humans. From a distance, you can see they're definitely nowhere near as big or brutish as Clark was. They're much smaller now. They could be fast. They could be very very skilled. You're not sure, but they are definitely nowhere near as big as a bugbear.
I vote that we go in through like the northwest around where that solo bugbear is.
Yeah, that's where my vote is.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Now
Let's
you've
kill
got
that
you have Tal and Thaddeus and the others with you as well. Ulrich speaks up and says, "I have a plan to take several of the Red Brands with me, those who are good enough to guard my back. Bosel, send us where you want us to go. We could tie up the hobgoblins, and by tie up, I mean keep them busy. Or we could go in where the camp is further in if you wanted to approach the hobgoblins and take care of the bugbear and the goblins inside. Or we could go knock on the front door and see how that goes." What I'm saying is we're not going to be quiet, but I think we can hold our own. And so I will move him, and I'm just going to use the space off to the left. He's going to take L and Kingston and Harold. Thaddeus says, I think I haven't seen a lot of folk moving in and out. And I'm a little worried that hunting party or some scouts or something, reinforcements might come from the woods and come walking up the trail behind us. I think we'd be best if I took a couple of the boys and stayed back. We watched your backs.
What's Carlo gonna do?
Carlo, the halfling, kind of looks around and he says, "Well, I'm not much good in a fight, but I could come with you if you needed somebody to open a door or check for traps or get into a small space, climb through a narrow window, I'm your man. Well, half your man anyway.
Can he fit through that grate?
Yeah.
That seems
Scribble-
like a good place for him.
You might be able to squeeze through that grate too. You're not particularly thick.
I'm not going through that grate.
Okay.
I like the idea of scaling that back wall, getting in, because if, let's say, everybody fails, like the enemy, our friends fail, we can at least maybe like bottleneck them in an area that we know they would be coming from. Oh, is that what those dots are?
It's spiked and it's 15 feet high. You can still get over it. It's just going to take some effort.
Well, what other way could we go to, I guess, represent what I just said? Like, we want to try to, I mean, if things go bad, we can bottleneck it and we can survive long enough, perhaps, to do what we need to do. Because if we're in the open and reinforcements come, maybe we don't know if there's more nearby. And if they start fighting, more can show up out of the woods, if there's any. I don't know. I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're scaling the wall.
Do we have a rope to do this?
Well,
I have a rope.
Or like Deeves, I mean, so what is your other thing just for us to like just mob with Ulrich and his group? Everything on the right? Yeah, I mean with Poker's description they're not bugbears, I mean that's an option too. True.
Darren
We heard
chimes
him
in-
talking to someone.
Darren chimes in and says, right, but if we start a fight, I mean, who's to say they don't blow a horn or shout and everybody in the castle comes running?
Yes. Right there.
However, if Ulrich and his team do that, they may be able to draw away enough of the folk in the castle in relatively unnoticed.
Okay. Yep.
Right. So where do you want Tal and I then? With you or sneak in our own way?
They should probably sneak in their own way, right? Start doing some sneaky shit.
Tal says, "Yeah, that was my plan. Well, if you're all right with it, I'm just going for it."
Oh, you go for it, Tal. I'm gonna blow him a kiss for luck.
Wow. He smiles and he reaches up and catches it, tucks it in a pocket, and looks at Darren and says, "How about that? Are you coming? And are you wearing that?" And Darren's like, "Yeah, I'm wearing this. Let's go." The two of them head off. So I'm just going to move them, sort of off the map over here, just so they're out of the way. So Darren and Tal head north and disappear into the brush.
I think the side we're on.
And Ulrich says, just so we're clear, me and my team are going after the hobgoblins and then the group in the dining hall.
You're the loud distraction.
Right.
And she'll, seeing what Solmia did, she's going to look at Ulrich and blow him a kiss.
like very, very awkwardly, like.
Like just, yeah. Mwah. And
Just like totally copying. That's hilarious.
He just looks at you and shakes his head.
she's just giving him a dead-eyed look, like,
And
what?
and then he stops and bows deeply and says, "I'm honored, my lady." Remembering his courtly ways of years past. He turns to Thaddeus and says, "You wouldn't mind giving me one more of your men, would you?" "Oh, all right. Jim, go with him."
Bootless Jim.
"I don't want to fucking go with him. I don't want to die."
Hey, Poker, you said that Ulrich just had some normal.
Yep.
I'm gonna give him Magic's longsword to
No
use.
shit. Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh, fuck. Now Madric's definitely going to kill him.
You walk up and hold the longsword out. "What's this?" He takes it and draws it out of the sheath. "Fine blade. Do you want me to use this?"
Yes, but we'll need it back. Assuming you live.
Fuck.
He takes a couple steps back and swings it through the air with expertise. "Well, I think you've given me a little better chance of that now. Thank you." And he takes it and hands his sword to Bootless Jim, who just had a short sword. So Thaddeus, Roger, and Albert find a hiding spot near the road. Thaddeus says, "We'll make sure you hear if there's someone coming. We'll do our best to slow him down." No promises.
God, he isn't getting shit for loot. Fuck that guy.
As you guys are moving through the brush, here I'm just helping move the rest of you up there. Carlos says, "So, am I coming with you, or do you want me to go in through that grate and see what I can find?"
I think we should send him through the grate.
He can go to the grate and try to meet us north.
Yep.
Good luck. And he goes sneaking off into the night with a natural 20 on stealth.
Nice.
Damn.
Oh, nice.
Puts on the one ring.
Hell yeah, Carlos.
We'll get him, Carlos.
As you begin to head out, Ulrich calls up behind you. He says, "How do we know when to... Do we just charge in? Or do we wait?"
Just maybe count to 60 and then charge in.
All right. Wish us luck.
Where Ulrich lives.
Either that or we need a new longsword.
As we're approaching the wall, she's going to say to Solmia, why do we blow them kisses?
Oh man. I'll just giggle. That's about it.
Yes. How are you getting up the damn wall?
Let's see. I'm already 7 feet tall, so I'm half the height of this wall. You said it was half high?
15.
Yeah,
I
so
I can
If I-
throw him.
if I climb up onto Noro's shoulders, I can pull myself over the wall with the rope.
My only fear of throwing y'all over is that either I roll a 1 or y'all roll a 1 and you land on the spikes.
Rotisserie scribble.
Damn.
Well, if but if Lunalia can get on his shoulders and tie a rope, can't we use that to climb up?
Yeah, like can we tie it to the spikes? Are those the type of spikes they are? The like wrought iron?
They're 2.5 feet apart from each other. They're definitely more for show than anything else. They're
But could I tie a rope around? Like, is it a wrought iron spike, or are they like a concrete, like carved spike?
no, they're wrought iron. Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't I climb up onto Noro's shoulders and tie the rope securely around one of them, and then we can use that to pull ourselves up.
Mm-hmm.
If there's 2 feet between the spikes, that's enough room to,
Yeah. I was gonna say, can the quietest one go first? Only because I see the bugbear on the map.
Well, I imagine whoever's going up is gonna be making a stealth check.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I will climb up onto Noro's shoulders and secure the rope to one of the spikes.
Do we want to do it here or here?
Yeah, maybe over here.
I mean, where we are now is going to have the best chance of him not seeing us.
True. Where do you guys want to do it?
Let's not overthink and just do it. Let's go.
Yep, let's do it.
Okay.
What must I roll? Poke, or is it?
You gotta just stand there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you make a strength check to lift her up. That's not hard at all for you.
Where did I go?
You're under Solmia, I think? Because I see Solmia's name looking crazy.
Uh-huh.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I knew I didn't delete it this time.
Are you really yelling that, Deebs?
Freaking troll. No time for trolling. Let's go.
So what are we rolling, poker?
So I need you all, as you spend your first turn rushing out towards that wall, I need you all to make a stealth check. This will be a group stealth check.
Okay, so before any of you do that, I will go ahead and cast Pass Without a Trace now as a group.
And what that means is you add 10 to your roll.
Good enough.
Oh.
Oh shit! I forgot about that. Just roll it twice. It's fine. Just roll it twice. Yeah. So 17 for Deebs and a 21 for Noro and 22 for Scribble, and a 19 for Lunalia and a 19 for Solmia.
It's a good thing I cast that. Jesus.
Yes.
That is a great roll.
Would have heard Deebs.
It would have hurt us all. Nobody rolled over 11.
I got a 12.
Oh, I didn't see yours.
Yeah, but I mean, once you have that spell at your party's disposal, it's like you pretty much want to use it all the time when you're sneaking anywhere as a group.
Yeah.
So strong.
So good.
Is that? Never mind. Go ahead.
Is it what?
I was just gonna ask how often we can we use that?
Well, it
Just
lasts
like-
for an hour.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Well then, yes.
I have to
So-
concentrate on it, though.
You, Noro, you get up to the base of the wall, and everybody else hustles and joins you sort of just below the wall, out of sight. You look up here, and you can see that the windows in the tower, both in the ground floor and the floor above, are dark, either boarded up or bricked over. And you feel that you're relatively safe here at the base of the wall, quiet as you all are. Supernaturally quiet, in fact, as your footfalls seem hushed as you rush over to the wall. Noro, you get up there and give Lunalia a boost. She hops up, just barely reaching the top of the wall, Lunalia, you can peek over. Let's see, Noro's 7 feet, so his reach is, let's say, half of that, 10 feet. Yeah, you're able to just get up and peek over the edge of the wall. And so you would see that one bugbear there.
But nobody else I can see in the yard.
Nobody else in the yard from your vantage point, and you can see that there is light coming out of an open door here.
Okay. So I will drop down just inside the wall
Okay.
so that somebody else can come up.
And you've tied off a rope and left
Yeah.
it for them. Okay. I mean, that bugbear, Lunalia, is, if he turns around, he'll see you. There's not much space to hide there. You could...
Oh,
if
then I
you-
will move down.
If
Or-
you tucked up against the wall here and pressed flat, he wouldn't see you if he just turned and looked your direction. But, I mean, you're only 10 feet away from...
Okay, can I wait then maybe to see if he's looking the other direction? Can I move down and maybe crouch down behind a headstone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll let your stealth check stand for this.
Okay.
What are the rest of you doing?
I'm not going to go up next Steve's because it's 15 feet.
But you got a rope.
Oh. Alrighty. Well, would it... Yeah, because you would be loud, I think, because of all your armor.
All right, well,
Uh,
someone go. I'll go.
Do I have to roll anything, poker, as well?
What, to climb up a rope?
Yes.
You know what? You could each of you make an athletics check.
Oh man!
If you
I'm fucked.
Noro, if you stay and help them, it's with advantage.
Okay, that's what I was kind of thinking. We probably had to do something here.
I mean, you're gonna
For
get them.
that.
You're basically gonna like pick each one of them up and give them a boost as they climb.
Okay.
And then it's up to them to sort of manage getting over the spikes at the top.
Can I help them down on the other side?
Well, that's part of the check, right? Is hopping the 15 feet down and maintaining your stealth while you do it.
And it's athletics?
It's athletics.
Yeah. Nice. Not for Sol. What do we do with Solmia? Solmia's number.
As
Wow.
you all hop over the wall, one after the other, Solmia hits the ground loudly, and the bugbear turns around and looks and sees several of you.
Ah!
And you just hear him, "Whoa, what? Roar!" And he comes running your way. Let's all roll initiative.
So
I forgot to fucking select my thing.
Oh,
Sorry.
same.
That's fine. It's fine. I can put it in there easily.
Oh, jeez.
Had to one up Deeves.
So Solmia is on the other side, though, right?
Yeah, she
yes.
just fell on her butt.
She made a loud thump when she hit that ground.
Be that loud? She doesn't weigh anything.
And Noru, if you're the last one over, you're going to spend this turn hopping over the wall.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, climbing up and hopping down on the other side.
Then all I heard was Solmia's squeak when she hit the ground.
That's fine. What'd you get? I mean, it's almost not worth it at this point. There you go. And we will... Whoop. Damn it. 20... Lunalia, what's your dex?
I don't know. Potato. Let me look. 13.
13. The bugbear beats you on initiative. And there you go. Solmia, as you hit
I
the
had a
ground.
15 poker.
What's that?
I had a 15. I didn't select my token.
Sorry. Scribble initiative 15, and there you go. So Solmia, as you hit the ground on the other side of the fence, loudly, and the bugbear turns and looks and sees, the four of you there now. He quickly grabs a large spiked club that he had leaned up against the side of the building.
Oh,
And moves
man.
towards you. You are up first, though.
Cast that ice knife.
Nice
No one-
recovery.
No one to
Gimme.
fucking hit. Splash damage, whatever.
Yee.
And that's the piercing is automatic, and the dex. The piercing of the cold's automatic, and the dex saves against the. I don't remember.
Oh,
I'm-
sorry. I'll
I'm
link
never
the
gonna
spell.
remember this one.
Shit. That's not what I meant to do.
Well, he gets an 11, so he takes it all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And so that's a total of 9 points of damage to the bugbear. As you hit the ground awkwardly and sort of roll and come up, the bugbear turns and begins to move towards you all. The shard of ice shoots out and explodes in his face, peppering him with shards of ice as he takes that 9 points of damage to the face. Is that it for you, or are you also moving?
No, I think I should probably stay back.
You might want to maybe spend half your movement to stand up, though.
Oh, yeah.
He cast from his ass.
I'm just going to lay here and fling shit out.
The bugbear on his turn runs. Oh, let's see. Let's roll a d4 to see who he attacks.
Taunt him, Deebs, taunt him.
He runs up and swings his club at Solmia and then Deebs.
Oh, wow. Wait, he's cleaving?
No, 2 attacks.
Oh, he gets 2 attacks? Oh, shit.
Gonna have a replay. Grab that boob, Deebs.
Oh, man.
Please.
Swinging at Solmia with a 12.
Does not hit.
Doesn't hit, yeah. And then at Deebs with a natural 20
Oh, man.
Figures.
for a total of 24 as the massive spiked club comes pummeling down on the dwarf. You reach up and try and block it with your shield. Just drives you back into the wall for a total of... Ooh. That's a total of 23 points of piercing damage.
Jesus!
Oh, my God.
I think you wanted to just rush the camps.
Sweet. He rolled a 5.
Oh. What?
Hey, it helps. As the spiked club drives Deebs into the ground, there's a bright flash and a crack, and the bugbear is staggered and takes a step back, his fur smoking. That is his turn, Lunalia. The bugbear is looking quite injured.
Oh man, do I heal Deebs or do I go after the bugbear?
Wait, it's Lunalia's turn?
It shouldn't be my turn.
It's Scribbles.
Scribble's got to be ahead of me.
You rolled an 18, he rolled a 15, right?
No, I rolled a 3. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm at the bottom of the initiative.
Oh, you're in there twice. That's why. Sorry, you were in there from last week.
Ah.
That's why. Now, I brought up the turn order late after you guys had already started rolling, and I couldn't tell which one was you.
Oh.
Scribble.
All right, I'll cast Chill Touch on it.
So that spectral hand shoots out and grabs
Rip.
the bugbear by the throat. Is that a to hit? Yeah. Just steps aside and the hand hits the wall behind him and dissipates. Anything else?
No, but before we would have gone in, I would have cast Mage Armor.
Oh yeah, for sure. Heading in, yeah. And that's good for 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
8 hours, holy shit.
Wow.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Noro, on your turn, I need you to make a athletics check.
Okay.
Do not land on Solmia.
As you scale the wall. You can choose to jump at the bugbear off the top rope if you want.
Oh,
That's what I plan.
Yeah, with that for an athletics roll, you easily grab the rope in one hand and just yeet yourself up to the top of the wall. The axe comes out, and you can either drop down and then attack, or go straight top of the wall.
No, I'm gonna Macho Man Randy Savage. Ooh yeah! Coming right at him. Bugbear. Yeah. Okay.
Fuck, you rolled a 22?
Yes.
That's crazy. So as you land, atop him, and the axe bites in deep into his shoulder, your momentum carries you down to the ground and knocks him down prone. So he is now prone. I like turning their token sideways for prone.
I like it.
Unfortunately, he is still alive, but just barely. Noro's axe rips a deep rend into his collarbone and chest and comes out of the gaping wound. It trails a spurt of blood behind it. Deebs, your turn. Okay. Lunalia.
So the bugbear is Leprone.
Yep. He is
Okay.
prone, and he is bleeding badly.
Then she is going to come up beside him, and she is going to drive her spear into his neck.
Okay.
Whisper into his ear first.
I think you're supposed to blow him a kiss.
Blow him a kiss. What do I roll here?
That'll do it.
Wow. 21.
You drive the spear into his neck, and he just... A pool of blood quickly grows on the ground beneath him. He got a shout out at the start of combat, but it wasn't particularly loud. It was more a, what? The way that you finish him off keeps him from shouting out for help.
Nice.
What are you all doing? You're in this this courtyard surrounded by gravestones. There is a closed door on this building. There are steps up to a platform about 10 feet up. And there is an open door there that light shines out of. There are stained glass windows here that obscure the view from inside, as well as small stained glass windows on what looks like a stairwell here.
we should
Can
definitely
we listen to the building to see if there's anything coming from inside?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and move yourself over to the door and make a perception check. Are you checking out the door as well, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as you place your ear up against the door, or your whatever birds have your ear hole, and check out the door itself, studying the frame. You can see that it's locked. As far as you can tell, it doesn't appear to be trapped, and you hear what sounds like an animal inside it, something large. And as you have your head up against the door, you can hear boom, something large rams the door, and the door, but it shakes just a little bit. Something big. It's hard to tell what it is. There's bird-like shrieks, but a deep sort of grunting growl.
Can I comprehend language as that?
You can cast the spell.
All right,
Whether or not it's useful or not, you won't find out until after you cast it.
I'll cast it.
Okay. You cast comprehend languages, and you listen for a bit. And actually, it's good. It's not a waste that you cast it, because I mean it may help you in here later on as well. This doesn't sound like a language. You listen to it for a while, and it's no clearer with the spell in effect.
Oh God, it's a bugbear fucking a goblin.
It sounds like an animal of some sort, a beast of some sort.
Why would a...
It's not Gundren.
Right.
I'll
Why?
like quietly mimic the sounds that were coming inside.
Do you
Okay,
guys want to
so-
roll initiative for each combat, or do you want to keep your existing initiative order? Okay.
Because we were potatoes.
Well,
yeah, I don't necessarily want to be first.
It's cool. I will clear you all out of the combat order then. I am going to take a quick, I'm hoping 1 minute, and roll dice for Ulrich's team, which is... Okay.
What I'm wondering is, why was there a... Well, I forgot, what did we just kill? Was it
Bear.
a hobgoblin?
Bugbear.
Bugbear? So why would a bugbear be guarding a door, and why would he choose his club to attack us and not open the door? Instead, if he saw 3 of us.
Oh, something fucked up in there.
There's something either being held in there or
Yeah.
Let's come back for it if Deeps makes it.
So it's like it wasn't meant to be open then, or if it was, I would have thought he would have needed help.
I think something is fighting in that room.
I mean, Scribble, if you relay to the others what you heard, you did not hear the sounds of fighting. You heard the
Yeah, that's
sounds
nice.
of a caged animal wanting to get out.
We ain't got time to make friends.
Yeah, but if it was a caged animal, then Lunali would want it out. What if
Oh,
it's Wolfie?
it's true. What if it's Wolfie?
We can come back for it. Just waiting for some access to pop up over Ulrich and Bootless Jim.
So since Scribble does like a literal translation, can I do some sort of like check to see if I know what the animal sound is?
Yeah, I mean, you can also just go over to the door and listen. But
Oh.
Scribble, if you make the sounds, certainly, Somi, you can make a nature check.
Okay.
One as well, then.
Well,
Actually-
hopefully you roll better.
Ugh, my nature check's not. Jesus!
Nope.
Bunch of shit druids.
Animal in there.
My simplified combat is taking a little bit longer than I would have liked. Give me a sec here. This is...
Yep,
Take your
it's
time.
alright. All good, dude.
I wonder if there's any gap under the door that we could look through.
Shapeshift into a cockroach.
No. First of all, I don't have cockroaches. It's a wild shape. Secondly, I'm not wasting it to peek under a door.
Oh, you get. Oh, I thought you get to choose any animal.
It has to be. It has to be something from the book, unless I've pre-discussed it with poker. Like I guess maybe instead of a spider, I could turn into a cockroach. They climb walls, don't they?
Tyrannosaurus.
That's just like a reskin.
Yeah. Like instead of a cat, it could be a skunk or a something of similar size.
How you looking, Deebs? You burned all your spell slots.
You only have like 4. Nice.
Damn, that's the same as I have.
From very far away, you hear the sounds of combat as Ulrich and his team engage the others.
Fuck it. Lunalia is gonna cast Speak with Animals through that door.
Okay, give me a second.
Yep.
I'm just checking to see what exactly this thing is.
Just do like we do and ask the DM.
All right. You cast Speak with Animals, and you still can't understand it. It sounds like some sort of creature that's trying to get out of its imprisonment, but you cannot understand it.
Rip.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Speak with Animals does not work on monstrosities.
All right. Where are we going?
Based on its sounds, it's some sort of large creature that is unintelligent.
Let's go up those back stairs.
The sounds
Yep.
of combat intensify from around the way.
Looks like boys and gals.
Do one of the boys.
What's this, poker?
Sorry, give me a second.
It's a chimney.
Oh, okay.
That is, yeah, it's a chimney.
Thank you.
The hearth on the inside. It's maybe perhaps a kitchen, perhaps a great room.
The door's
As you-
open, right?
The door stands open. Yeah, it's a tall wooden door that sits askew on its hinges slightly. Light streams out from inside, and as you rush up the steps and look in, are you sneaking or are you? Oh right, never mind. Why am I asking? It's Deeps.
He's a bodyguard.
More bugbears.
You get
Neato.
to the top, and you can actually, the bugbears is here making way for the doors. and I'm just going to move some other guys around based on the combat and the passage of time.
What if we try to be a little sneaky deep so that maybe we can make it upstairs? And like what I was thinking what Poker just said, like give those guys a few moments to battle it out, and then we'll probably see movement. And then as they're moving, we can.
We
Gibbs,
already kicked the door in.
Are you making a stealth check at all, or are you just rushing in?
I mean, what do you think? What do you think?
I imagine Nora grabbing Deebs by the collar, be like, "Slow down."
You don't rage.
18.
Oh wow!
Disadvantage.
Oh,
Watch him roll up.
Ow.
Got him.
You know what? Natural 4, the bugbear really isn't paying attention in the first place, and you see him rush past the door, intent on heading out the room. And you hear from inside, further inside, maybe echoing around the chamber, a loud, deep voice in a language you don't understand, barking orders.
Can I
Isn't
understand it?
Yeah, somebody has comprehend languages up.
Scribble, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Scribble, you hear a deep, gravelly voice. Go see what that is. Sounds like fighting. Who's out there? And Deebs, you see the bugbear exit your field of view into the next room. And Scribble, you can hear him barking orders at others in that room as it begins to clear out. You hear the commotion of people shuffling around. Deebs, as you peek in, you can see another bugbear hanging his head out the window, trying to get a view of what's going on outside.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Jesus, I'm nodding along here like you guys can see me.
And
Yeah.
I pass it along.
Sweet. Let's do it.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to press in there. Maybe is the bugbear? Can we see if the bugbear is looking out the window or something? Is that what he's doing now?
Yeah, he's hanging out the window trying to see.
All right, then let's get in there. Let's get him.
Going
Are
for
we
him,
to him or through the door? The other way.
let's just follow Deebs. You go somewhere, we'll follow.
Go up. Let's go up. It's a few squares.
That goes up though, right?
Yeah. So as you enter the room, you find yourself in an aging chapel. Columns support the floor above. The area that you see in the northern half, the ceiling is open and tall, about 40 feet up. There is a cracked and partially broken roof. Windows rise up the walls most of the way to the ceiling. There is a balcony above you that you can't quite see all of, but you definitely heard something bellowing from above, possibly on the balcony. And Deebs, as you look over about here, you can see the wooden timbers that support the structure above are slightly bowed under the weight of something or someone heavy. On either side here are stairwells that ascend to the balcony above.
Remind. I don't remember that dwarf being heavy set.
What are you doing?
Right.
Alia's gonna go up just far enough up the stairs to peek and see what is in that room.
All right. Are you stealthing? Sorry, I
Pass
didn't hear
without
that. Can you say it again?
Yes.
Okay.
Pass without a trace is still active for everyone.
Yep. So go ahead and make a stealth check. 26.
Nice.
The bugbear is hanging halfway out the window here. You look for an opportune time while he's. You can hear him yelling out the window as well. You look for an opportune time and you rush around the corner and up the stairs. And as you get to the top of the stairwell and look just around the corner, I'll move you to the other map here so you can see what you see. You find yourself.
He's just sort of eye level with the landing. She doesn't want to go all the way up. She just wants to see what's up there.
Face to face with a dire wolf. A massive dire wolf. Its coal black fur just in your face. I need you to roll initiative, all of you.
Oh,
That's fine. I
Yeet.
can do it for you.
Wait, are we all supposed to, or just her?
Well, I mean, you've alerted something in the room, so you can all, you should all. Deebs, initiative. Who else needs a click? Deebs, what did you get? You get an 8. Linelli, what'd you get?
an 8.
I'm gonna guess your dex is probably higher than Deebs, right?
13.
Deebs? Yeah. There we go. Does that look right to everybody?
No, Noro should not have a 5.
What'd you roll?
It was a 5. I just mean not have 5. Should not be a 5, but yeah. 3 plus 2, 5.
God, it has a name.
All right, Scribble.
It's not the only one with a name.
I'm gonna have to rage and go reckless. I like that idea, actually.
If only you had your dynamite.
I knew I was gonna need dynamite.
I mean,
The one
as soon as
person. Huh?
as soon as Lunalia spotted the wolf, she would have said, Psalm, I'm going to need your help.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
How druids-
As you find yourself face to face with this dire wolf, it growls and you hear a voice behind it. Get it, Snarl! And the wolf attacks you.
So
That is a 23 to hit with a bite.
Nope. Yes, my armor class is 13.
I'm gonna say because you're on a stairwell, you can. Sorry, that's gonna be at a disadvantage to attack you. Natural 3. It's disadvantage. You're in a stairwell in a tight space, and you can easily sort of fall back around the corner. It snaps at you, and you do that. You manage to just step back out of the way and down a couple of steps around the corner to get out of the reach of its bite. And
okay.
in addition, I need to resize him because he is a large creature.
How he gonna fit down them stairs?
He won't fit down the stairs. That's the point. They don't actually. A large creature takes 4 squares. They're not actually just like you're not 5 feet wide. He's not 10 feet wide, but that is the space that he takes. So like he can fit through a doorway just barely, but he can't get down those stairs and also fight at the same time. The same way that you couldn't get down a 2.5 foot wide space, but you couldn't fight in a 2.5 foot wide space.
Right.
I think there's rules for squeezing. I think it's like half movement speed or whatever, and disadvantage on attacks. That is his turn. You can hear him just barking and snarling above you. Scribble.
I have no idea what's going on, other than it sounds bad.
Are you still outside? Are you gonna run in, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go up to... So, like, the doorway is just kind of clogged here.
I mean, you can push past your friends. It's, if they step aside and let you past.
I'll move here, and then I'll just hold my action for chilling touch. Or chill touch in case something comes that I can actually target.
Okay, so if an enemy comes into view, you'll attack them?
Yeah.
Okay.
That bugbear, though, is just... I mean, it's just a matter of time before it engages us, right?
Yeah, for sure. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
We should rush.
So,
initiative for him.
yeah, Scribble, I don't know if you want to, like, do something.
The bugbear is surprised. Sorry, Scribble does have his turn before the bugbear. The bugbear, it's a surprise round. So, you could attack him if you wanted.
Can I see it from where I am?
Yeah, you can lean in through the doorway and see it.
Okay, I mean, it looked like there was, two people and a pillar, and...
Or if you're right here, you've got line of sight to him.
Okay, I'll cast chill touch on it then.
Yeah, I think we
And
would
let's see
want
if I get higher than a 1 this time.
it. We would want it to. Yay, 16.
Yay.
That hits for 2 points of necrotic damage. Remind me, chill touch has another effect as well, doesn't it?
Only on undead. Oh, and it can't heal.
Right. The now familiar hand grasps the bugbear, grasps his shoulder, and there's a bit of a necrotic twist as the flesh it touches decays a bit. And he turns around and looks at the rest of you, anger in its eyes as it reaches for its spiked club. Sorry, Sonia.
So, Deebs and Noro, you guys are trying to, like, knock the pillars down to try to make the second floor fall? Because that'll kill all of us, just heads up. like the amount of damage that stuff creates is insane.
Yeah.
So I would highly say that's not something we should do. And that's me, like, gaming, but I just don't think we should do it.
Well, I mean, you're talking about whatever's up there falling down 15 feet will take, between 1 and 2d6 damage, but you're talking about hundreds of pounds of timber falling on your heads as well.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there's a way you can knock the pillars out and get out from underneath all of that. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so after that, actually, I'm gonna move over here, and
Actually.
and I'm gonna cast my ice knife at the bugbear.
Alrighty.
Get him, son.
Oh God, nope.
Get him. Oh.
He made his dex save. Does that mean the piercing damage? He still takes that, right?
Yeah, it's at 2 points of damage.
Oh no, sorry. It's an attack roll, so the 6 wouldn't hit. It's the cold damage that he. Refresh my memory. Is it halved or is it dex save or take 2d6? Yeah. So.
Yeah, so I guess nothing then.
Yeah, it hits near the bugbear and shatters into shards, but he manages to step aside, and it peppers his fur, but it doesn't seem to draw any blood. You hear from above, Scribble, you hear from above, "Get down there and fight him!" And you see a shape fly through the air as a goblin is flung to the ground. His rusted axe goes skittering across the
Awesome.
floor. He takes and he dies.
Hell yeah.
And then you hear stomp, 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 stomp. Deebs and maybe Scribble peeking through the door in RO2, you would see a massive bugbear wearing chain armor with a huge morning star in one hand move around to here on the balcony, look down at you. Yeah, it's pretty neat. You found it on the internet.
I love that perspective. Very nice.
Well, we did.
Lunalia.
Threw the goblin and he died. That's great. Clearly, he's bad at employing good ones.
Lunalia, you're up.
But Lunalia is going to move back down the stairs. And she's going to say to the two, there's a giant wolf at the top of the stairs, don't go that way. And then she is going to pull out her sling and fire at the bugbear. From about here.
Yeah, you're.
He's way down at the bottom.
Oh yeah, I don't know what happened. Sorry, that's weird.
It was for your own good, Deeps.
Sorry, Lunalia, what are you doing?
I'm making a sling attack.
That does not hit. He raises a shield and it ting off of his shield.
Well, shit.
Deep's
Okay.
Darkbeard. Ooh. That is a concentration spell, right? I'm just going to put a little... let's put a blue marker on you to indicate you're concentrating. So the three of you who are blessed get to roll an additional d4 and add it to your attack roll or saving throw
Nice.
whenever you make one. Noro.
Yeah, I'm just going to charge. If I'm going to die, be by my own will. A great axe. Oh no. Maybe? Oh yeah, plus a d4. Plus 4.
That is a hit.
Oh yes.
Wing that axe.
Swing him.
Sorry, I think I said King Groll had a Morning Star. He does not have a Morning Star. He has a massive single-edged greatsword that's got a bit of a curve to it.
All right.
Perfect for lopping heads.
So Nora, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage. Oh no, sorry, you did roll damage. 13.
Yes.
You cleave deeply into the bugbear, and he looks quite injured now as you open a massive bloody wound across his chest. He turns around, scrambling for his morning star. Top of combat, Snarl, the massive direwolf, tries to get down. Actually, you know what? He's just going to jump down. And acrobatics. No. He jumps down, lands oddly, and actually tumbles into the wall. Spends half of his movement getting up, and just turns around and.
Been 10 minutes since I cast Speak with Animals outside.
No.
Okay.
So you could actually speak to it if you wanted to.
Yeah. So yeah, she's just gonna say, hold on. Let's talk this out.
Yeah, make a persuasion check.
Is it persuasion or animal handling?
I like persuasion if you're just talking. I like animal handling if you are, trying to handle them like an animal.
Great.
I don't think either would have mattered. Scribble.
Just gonna look over at Solmia. You try.
I don't think we're gonna get anywhere.
I will try to chaos bolt the bugbear.
Oh my god, did it hit?
Ooh. Ooh.
So 25 or 22 to 25. I'm sure it hits.
Yeah, no, you don't. Who are you aiming at?
At the bugbear.
This one here, yeah.
Yeah.
13 points of damage. Yeah, this massive, strange, warbling, massive energy. Noro screams past your shoulder, explodes in the bugbear's face, and you have to blink and hold your hand up in front of your eyes to
My eyes.
keep the blinding flash of light from blinding you. You blink the stars out of your eyes, and you look, and the bugbear's head is no longer there.
Oh,
as
nice.
As its body drops to the ground, its neck smoking. Its morning star just clatters across the stones. Did one more point of damage than he had left.
I'm sorry, what?
You did one more point of damage than he had hit points.
Nice.
Anything else? Are you moving into the room or anything? Or
No, I can hit the wolf from here, can I?
yeah,
Like,
you
just
can
by
actually.
peeking in the room.
You can see Grohl from here as well. He would be right about there. And you would just sort of be able to see him. He'd have partial cover.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good here then.
Solmia.
All right, I'm going to cast Flaming Sphere. Centered. I guess like right where, or sorry, I need to move there. But like right where his nameplate is. So like right here.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like in a 5 feet circle.
Do I have Flaming Sphere?
Dodged a bullet there,
does that
Hummer.
stick around, or is that just a one-time thing?
No, it lasts. It's a concentration spell. I get to move it as a bonus action too. Let me link it.
Oh, I got it. I'm just I need the a 5-foot diameter sphere. Got it. Let's do Oh boy.
He's huge.
Where did that go?
Outside.
Oh, that's tiny. That's not what I wanted. Let's do this one. So like right there.
Yeah. Yep.
And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just going to let you control it, and you can put it wherever you want, whenever you want. Hold down Alt if you want to move it and not have it snap to the grid. And so any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of the sphere must make a Dex saving throw, 2d6 on a failed save, or half as much. Bonus action movement up to 30 feet. It doesn't say anything about. It doesn't say anything about damaging creatures when it appears, which is a little weird.
Well, so
weird?
so we could do it that way, but it says as a bonus action I can move it if I ram it into a creature. Like so.
Okay.
You know.
Are you going to do that as a bonus action then, or?
Sure, but like ultimately, I would want it to end where it's at. So.
Well, I guess if you cast it in a creature's space, any creature, yeah, it's just the wording on the spell is weird. Any creature.
Oh, yeah.
Most spells will say like it does damage, when you cast it, and then. But I'd say if you cast it in the creature's space, I don't know. I'm in favor of it doing the damage right now because of where you put it. Does that work for you?
Wording on that.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same with Moonbeam. They're worded weird.
Or like otherwise, just to get around it, I would just like have it start like here, and then I would ram it anyway.
Yeah, it's my problem isn't with you; it's with the spell. It's dumb.
Oh, gotcha.
If it didn't do damage on contact immediately when you cast it, the wording of the spell basically gives the creature that you drop it on until the end of their next turn to basically walk away from it, which means you don't get to do damage with it until your next turn, which is a waste of a spell. Go ahead and roll your 2d6 if it's. Oh no,
I already did.
It actually is, and it got a 9 on its dex save, so Snarl takes 9 damage as this ball of fire appears, and the dog recoils back from it. King Groll, from up on the balcony, you hear him in common. Who are you? What do you want? How dare you enter my domain? And you hear his heavy footfalls as he comes down the stairs. See here. He looks around. He's massive, about a foot taller than a typical bugbear, and just thick through and through, wearing heavy chain armor. He has a shield, but he casts it aside and takes his sword in a two-handed grip. Noro, he steps towards you and takes a swing with it.
Ask questions and then attack.
Right?
That is a natural 4. He swings at it, and it digs into the wall deeply. Sparks fly. Up close, you can see this is no normal sword. It's actually quite well crafted. Not a speck of rust on it. You're quite impressed. Lunalia, your turn.
Lunalia is going to say to Snarl, you don't have to obey any master. Just leave, and we'll let you go. And then she's going to move so she can get a clear line at King Groll. And she's going to use her sling again.
Between.
Well, I hope it doesn't between. fucking...
Between.
Why am I playing this game again?
The stone hits him square in the middle of the back, and he just looks over his shoulder.
Yeah, just I'm gonna back up just a little bit then.
Deeb's Darkbeard. Oh shit! Wisdom saving throw. That is a 7. He is suddenly, as he recovers from his missed swing, looks back over his shoulder at Lunalia. Deeb's hand raises up, and he utters a holy word. And there's an echo as that incantation ends. Grohl suddenly just stops, and you can see his sword quivering in his hands as he struggles against the spell. He is paralyzed. However, at the end of each of his turns, he has a chance to break out of this. And he's just kind of caught, stuck, looking over his shoulder away from Nora. What's that? Yeah, at the end of each of his turns, the target can make another wisdom saving throw. It says nothing about saving on damage. So, Mr. Noro?
I'm just, I guess I'm going to kill King Grohl.
Well,
Just straight up gonna kill him.
I'm just going to kill him.
he's a beefy boy. You can try. You can carve a piece off. Maybe. So,
I'm going to rage.
Given that Grohl is paralyzed, I believe... the paralyzed condition cannot move or speak, fail all strength. The dex saves automatically. Attacks against have advantage. Attacks from within 5 feet automatically crit when they hit. So you have advantage on this attack.
I'm going to rage and do a reckless attack.
You don't even need to reckless, but you can if you want.
Ooh.
I like it.
I'm going to town.
You say that automatically because he's paralyzed?
Yeah, that's a real waste of a natural 20.
Yep.
A natural 20?
Yeah, it's a natural 20. Oh, no,
That's
sorry,
15.
that's a 15. Anyway, yeah, I mean, you could... It's with advantage, and it crits automatically, so you don't even need to roll the advantage. You're... a great sword or a great axe?
Great axe. 1d12 plus
1d12?
Mm-hmm.
I don't quite understand the damage roll. That must be a 4. Okay, so it's a 4, and is the +2 your strength bonus?
+2 is rage because I'm raging.
No, that's got to be your
Is that
strength
wrong?
bonus. Have you flipped the rage switch?
Let me see. Yeah, I turned it on before I rolled.
I don't understand. Oh yeah, no, I got it.
Oh.
I see the rolls. 1d12 +3. You rolled a 1 on damage.
Yes.
+3 is 4 plus the rage damage 2. Yeah, it lists the rage damage. So it's 6. The way we do a crit is max damage dice on top of that. So add another 12. So you did 18 points of damage.
Yeah.
As you cut deeply into King Grohl and open a massive wound, blood begins to rush out. He's stuck. He can't even look at you as you cut into him. You injure him deeply, but he's still standing. It is the wolf's turn.
Oh boy.
This dire wolf jumps up over this altar and behind you, Noro, and attacks.
I didn't even do anything.
I mean, you heard its master?
I love it. I'm innocent. I'm friendly.
Raging and shooting into this guy. I didn't do anything.
Well, he's got pack tactics, which is normally an advantage on attacks. You did reckless though, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the pack tactics doesn't give him advantage because your other opponent's incapacitated. But reckless, that's a 9 plus 5, 14 to hit.
Oh, on the button. Yep.
He bites into your shoulder, doing 14 points of damage and drawing blood. A lot.
Ow.
Yeah, it's fine. You can take it.
Man, that's a big old dog.
Scribble.
So since Steve's cast that other spell, it's concentration, right? So we're not blessed anymore?
Does it?
No, it lasts 1 minute.
No, bless less a minute.
That's 10 turns.
Yeah. Yeah, correct.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try to cast Chaos Bolt at the king there.
With advantage.
Nope.
Ooh,
Huh?
damn. It hits, but the way it hits, it sort of bounces off him and the wall and explodes, splashing against the wall, and up the back of his armor. There's a glow that looks like it did something, but it didn't seem to actually get through his armor. Solmia.
Then as my bonus action, I'll move the sphere here. So make a whatever save.
Yeah.
And let me roll the damage here.
A flaming sphere, DC 13. I rolled a 9 plus 2, 11. No.
So
Damage.
six damage. And then for my normal attack, I will just cast Frostbite, so he has disadvantage, hopefully, against Noro.
The ball of fire chases the dire wolf, singeing his fur as it smacks into him again. Frostbite. That is a Constitution save. Natural 4 plus 2, 6. Failed. He takes another 4 points of damage as frost coats his flank, slowing him a bit. That gives him disadvantage on his next attack.
And that's the end of my turn.
King Groll makes his wisdom save at the end of his turn. That is a 7. Fuck. Lunalia. You guys keep murdering this guy. I'm gonna do my other combat while you're doing that.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Do something cool.
Paul is wearing what? Chainmail?
Roll,
Groll
yes.
is wearing chainmail. Yes.
Okay. I will cast Heat Metal.
Oh.
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 Fuck. I don't think this is as bad as it is in Pathfinder, but it ain't great either.
Yeah, I am choosing his armor.
Heat metal range 60. Yep. Any creature in physical contact takes 2d8 fire damage when you cast the spell. Until it ends, you can use a bonus action on each turn to cause the damage again.
Gosh.
My God.
Oh, and he's paralyzed.
Oh no. Oh no, this is fun. I'm having fun.
It's like memories of fucking up that bandit.
So roll the oh sorry, you did roll the damage. 11 fire damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, Noro, you see Grohl's armor suddenly begin to glow red hot. You can hear him screaming, but he can't move his mouth. And you just hear him this strangled, gurgling scream as you begin to smell burning flesh. Deeb's Darkbeard. He's still up. He looks a lot worse now than he did. But he's still standing. I mean, the spell is holding him up, but he does not look dead. Yeah. Maintaining hold person? It's just concentration, isn't it?
Concentration.
Yeah, you can go up in there and start whacking them, dude.
Yeah, you can do whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
The only thing you can't do when you're holding concentration on a spell is cast another concentration spell. If you do, then the previous spell drops. You can do whatever you want. You can go fuck him up.
Can I encourage Deebs to move one square over?
Shoot over his head.
No. The other way. The other way. Good job, Deebs. That's where I want you to be.
Damn. That hits, plus an extra 8 points of damage. So one-handed, so add another max dice on D8, which is another 8. That's 14 points of damage as you whack him with your warhammer. You hear a crunch as your warhammer connects with his arm. And you see his hand sort of wrench open off of his sword, but he can't move. Noro. Dire wolf at your back. It's bigger than you are. This thing is, 7 feet at the shoulder, and it's got its jaws open, ready to bite you again. It's paralyzed master in front of you. What do you do?
I'm going to turn around and face the dire wolf. After he bit me, I'm attacking.
He's got a flame sphere on his ass, too.
I see it. All right, here we go. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, nice. Does that count as a double crit?
Yes, that was a 20.
Who are you attacking?
The wolf.
The wolf? Awesome.
Yes.
You turn around and swing, cleaving into the wolf. 7 damage plus 2 rage damage. Ignore that 2 slashing critical damage and instead add 12. So that's a total of 9 plus 12,
22.
which is 20. What is that? 20, 21? 21 points of damage. How do you finish him off?
Oh, it actually...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you had 10 hit points left.
Oh, I kind of feel bad for the druids, but I'm going to go ahead and explain it.
You can if you choose. I know you won't, but you can if you choose. Make this non-lethal damage, like flat your blade at the last second and just smack him against the wall with the flat of your blade and knock him out, if you want. But I don't know if that fits with the way you play raging.
They wouldn't, because I'm raging. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know that.
Fuck him up, Noro.
I just no kill. So I basically sever its front legs, and right through that upper chest area.
Ugh.
Through like a horizontal slash.
Yeah.
There you go.
Got your new focus, Solm.
The legs collapse.
Jesus.
Claw. Fuck, you get to walk around with a whole leg hanging around your neck now. The legs drop to the ground and its body follows seconds later as a massive pool of blood expands around it. The ball of flames writhing just over it, continuing to burn its flank. Scribble.
I'm gonna cast Chill Touch on King Grawl. And miss.
You get advantage on that.
Oh yeah, roll again.
Yeah, you could yeah.
Oh my!
I miss a second time.
Sure do. The spectral hand kind of flies past him and just its fingers just brush his cheek as it floats past. Solmia.
So, question for you, Poker. Am I allowed to like strategize my next move with the team, or do I just have to just do what I'm gonna do?
Strategize.
You guys can shout out loud to each other and stuff.
Okay, yeah. So, I have this flame sphere as a bonus action, right? But anyone that ends their turn within 5 feet has to make that save throw. Does King Groll get an attack of opportunity if he's paralyzed? Poker.
No, God no. No, he can't do shit.
Okay, so like basically Noro and Deebs, like what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ram it into him as a bonus action, so he takes that damage, and then he has his next turn, right? So he'll take damage again. So I'm thinking that's probably like the best thing for me to do.
You're talking about dropping that on top of him and stacking it up with the heat metal. Yeah, that's
Yeah, like so he'll take damage from me ramming it, and then he'll also take turn at the end of his next turn from it.
yeah. Assuming he doesn't get out of the whole person, you guys could basically just stand back and watch him burn.
Yeah, so like, but like that means Deebs, you're gonna have to move.
Have to? Can
Yes,
roll.
it's everyone within 5 feet of the sphere. No, but it's the end of your next turn.
Yeah, so you have until the end of your turn to get away from it.
So is that cool that I do that?
Yeah, I mean,
Won't it
it's
hit them
basically
for the
you're
same
taking
5?
your 6-second turn to just yell at them, "Get out of the way! I'm bringing the fire," or something like that.
Right. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna use my bonus action then to drop it on top of them. I'll roll.
Do we smell bugbear?
Oh shit! 12 damage, baby.
Well, so you see, the thing is, what had happened was,
What happened?
I'm actually having trouble. Oh, that's why. I'm double clicking on him to try and get to his hit points.
Oh,
sorry. Fire token. I'm like, wait a minute. What had happened was he had 4 hit points left.
Oh shit!
So how do you how well done do you cook him?
Oh, he black.
I would say shit. He's like fucking like Sasha after just ashes.
Damn, I think
So
we
this
needed the
flaming, this writhing ball of fire barrels past you, Noro, and into King Groll, right through the massive wound in his chest that you'd opened up, cutting through his chainmail, and inside of the already glowing chainmail, there's a brilliant burst from within as his innards catch fire. And as the hold person holds what's left of him, he burns from the inside out until there is chainmail and ash hanging in midair.
Fucking Final Fantasy theme. Poker, on a scale 1 to 10, how pissed are you?
No, that was fucking awesome. I was really worried that you guys were gonna die.
We just trivialized the fuck out of that fight.
No, I was really worried you guys were gonna die. I was actually so this fight, there's a bunch of different variables, and there's some stuff that didn't happen because of how you approached, and that's good. because things could have been much, much worse. What you don't know is that, well, and I suppose you'll find out soon enough. Give me a second here. I'm moving some other people around that you can't see yet.
All right.
Yeah, but what we really want to know is Somalia's baby dead?
Somalia.
Good job, Deebs.
Yeah, that's you've been doing good there, buddy.
Roz said he was crying laughing because he watches our streams when he heard you call me Somalia.
Oh, good.
Is that heat metal a second level spell?
Yep.
Damn, that's fucking badass.
It is a rough one.
Yeah, the only bummer is that because like you and Noro are melee, it just worked because that direwolf was so fucking big, you know. But yeah, good stuff.
As you guys watch Groll burn, I'm assuming you eventually drop your spell effects.
Yes.
Yep.
The sword, excuse me. Getting choked up here. The sword clatters to the ground. Noro, you notice again. It catches your eye. It's beautiful in a very wicked sort of way.
Upgrade.
As what's left of his smoldering ashen corpse clatters to the ground, the metal still glowing. There is a sound behind you, and you all turn to look as a bugbear bursts in.
Uh-oh.
Followed by a pair of drow warriors, and
Oh my god, they made it? They were there?
and a tall, thin female drow.
Oops.
Oh,
Teeps.
Second thoughts.
D wants to touch the bitties.
And I'm just going to reveal a little bit of the next room because you can see it through the open doors. It appears to be some sort of old banquet hall. You, by the way, as the doors open and these three dark-skinned elves come in, with the bugbear leading them, you can hear again the sound of steel on steel from further beyond as the fight outside continues.
my goodness.
Deebs, you look up and you see olive-skinned halfling Carlo on the balcony above, just waves at you. The bugbear looks around, surprised. What? No! What do you guys do? Oh, I'm certain it is.
No.
A little chubbed.
Lunalia is going to step back into right in front of the stairwell.
All right.
Noro is going to move, I guess, up to meet them? Because I'm still raging, I believe, right? Because we're still combat?
Oh yeah.
Um,
It should be fine.
I'm
Remind me,
okay.
whose turn was it last?
Don't build him.
Yep.
Okay, just do this. There's a hush that falls after the bugbear yells, seeing the fallen corpses of its companions and leader, and it turns back and looks at the drow, and the woman, actually undercommon, right?
Mhm.
Bugbear, undercommon, yep, common, goblin. No, it would be in common. These guys don't speak undercommon. She takes a step back through the doorway and just says, "I'll leave you two to finish this. Let me know when you're finished." And she steps back through the doorway. The two drow warriors begin to stalk down the sides of the room. The bugbear comes up the middle. Lunalia, one of the drow rushes forward to attack you.
Can I tell Deebs I'm half hurt without saying I'm half hurt?
Ooh, that's a natural 20. Yeah, you can yell out whatever you want. I might have rolled a natural 20 to hit you.
Oh,
And we
Don't
have
worry.
a healer who blew all of his healing already.
Don't worry, it's only for 9 points of damage total. As he swings out with a wicked-looking hooked short sword. And then... oh, that's it for him. Deebs.
Nice.
Oh, shit. One-handed? The Warhammer and bashes him up against the wall. It looks like you got in a good solid hit, but he's still standing, shaken though. Lunalia?
I will cast Entangle.
Ooh.
It's a 20-foot cube.
Yeah, I will bring up the cube. Entangle 20 feet. We will send it to the back layer and let you control it. Put it where you want it.
I don't think. Yeah, there's no way I can get all three.
Still good.
You get that bastard in the other room.
I can do it this way, so that I just missed Solmia.
Ooh, that would be awesome.
Yeah, so I'll do it like that. So
Yeah.
they need straight saving throws.
Unfortunately, only the drow on the left is trapped. Got nat 20s on the other two.
Oh, nice. Okay.
But it is difficult terrain and it does slow them down.
And I'm going to make sure...
I guess I can probably. Oh, if I move, he's gonna hit me, isn't he? Deebs, you don't have Sentinel, do you?
You don't get feats till level 4. The entangled drow starts to hack at the weeds and vines that have wrapped around his legs. Unbelievable. Another natural 20. What the shit?
Good. Waste them on that.
He does that, and he lunges forward, swinging at Solmia.
Oh.
That is a 13 to hit.
Negator.
That is his hook. Misses, scraping your shoulder. That is his turn. Noro still raging.
I'm gonna charge to here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take the action of keeping the bugbear in the entanglement. Because I know he broke free. According to the roll.
He did.
Yeah, so
I mean-
is there a way I can still do an attack and hit and keep him where he's at? Or
You can't.
or is
The
there-
only way you
or
can
is
keep him
there-
where he's at is if you grapple him. You can use your action to grapple him and basically reach out and hold him in place. But it is contested, so there's always the chance that he could strength roll. I'll tell you this: if you attack him, he will probably fight you.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I'm going to go ahead and attack.
Reckless or not?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to do the frenzy attack business.
Or are you frenzied raging?
Yes.
I'm just gonna look that up because I don't remember what the hell it does. Frenzy. You can make a single melee attack as a bonus action on each turn after this one. So use you spend the bonus action to after this one. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
Next round, yeah.
I guess, yeah.
All right.
So go ahead and roll to hit. Oh, yeah. 17 points. Jeebus.
Rolls are hot.
You cleave deeply into him, tearing open a massive bleeding wound in his belly. He doubles over in pain and looks up at you with concern in his eyes. Roll a d10 for me. That's a system shock.
All right.
System shock.
Cannot
6.
take reactions, disadvantage on attacks and skill checks until the end of its next turn. Damn.
Yes.
Scribble.
So if I try to cast on this guy because he's right there, I'm at disadvantage.
Yeah, unless you step back 5 feet, yeah.
And if I do that, he swings at me.
Maybe.
Well, I'll step back.
And he
then
take a
cast-
chicken wing.
Do what?
I just said and he lops off a chicken wing.
He doesn't. He actually. I had him roll perception to see whether he noticed you outside the doorway. He did not.
Okay, I'll try to cast Chaos Bolt on him.
Okay.
I think we know how this will go.
Can you see him there, or do you have to move up one square?
Yeah, I mean, from there.
Nope.
Oh, Jeebus.
Yikesies.
You got to hit with it one time.
Brother Lucid. Brother Lucid.
I'm the worthless sorcerer.
You blew that one guy head off, and I don't know what
Sonya.
happened after that.
Solmia, it's your turn.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I am going to cast poison spray at the dude that attacked me.
That's
It's a cantrip.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. It's not a cone-based attack or anything.
No, it's just creatures within 10 feet of me. He has to make a con. Do you want me to link it? Poker?
No, I got it. It's a con save, or he takes it's all or nothing. Natural 4 on the con save, so he takes the 7 points of poison damage.
Sweet.
The poison splashes across his face and chest and immediately starts burning. You can hear it burn and sizzle in, and he just coughs as it steams off of him, this cloud of smoke surrounding his head and shoulders. The drow who rushed in to attack Lunalia is going to... Yeah, he's going to have to. He's going to cast Darkness. I just need to see if I've got the template for this. I don't think I do. Ooh, I don't. Give me a sec. I will drag it in.
Darkness? Oh no. Nora just has to close his eyes.
Pretty much.
Where am I?
Oh no, this turns you guys all into Noro. Dark vision doesn't work.
I need a 30-second AFK.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what? He's gonna... Sorry, I'm gonna look up the spell real quick just so I don't do this wrong. It's been a while since I've played Drow. Casting time 1 action, duration 10 minutes, 60-foot range. Magical darkness spreads from a point you choose within range to fill a 15-foot radius sphere for the duration. It spreads around corners. Creature with dark vision cannot see through it. Non-magical light cannot illuminate it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he casts darkness and then he steps away from you guys. Deebs, you and Lunalia both would hear him moving away from you, and you would get an attack of opportunity at disadvantage if you wanted to take a swing at him. I think it's shift for advantage and alt for disadvantage, but I could be totally wrong. Well, I mean, it's disadvantage, right? So even if you roll higher, it doesn't matter. And I'm gonna, it's, you know what, Deebs, it's your turn. So the world suddenly went dark all around you, and you heard the drow step back. It is now your turn.
Poker read that doesn't work.
Yeah, so like my flames couldn't light it up.
Oh, I see.
If any of the spell's area overlaps with an area of light created by a spell of second level or lower, the spell that created the light is dispelled. So if you cast light, it will... I mean, you wouldn't know, right? So you cast light, and there's a brief flash, and then it fizzles.
Uh-oh.
You see for just a second, he's backing away. Right. I mean, you could still rush him. Lunalia, if you're back at keys, you get an attack of opportunity against the drow who cast darkness around you and then stepped back. Disadvantage.
Disadvantage, okay.
Unfortunately, a 14 doesn't hit.
Okay.
So Deebs, it took your action, but you could still close the distance if you wanted. You can still move. Okay, so you move. Yeah, you step just out of the darkness and engage him again. Lunalia, your turn. You are surrounded by magical darkness. There was a brief flash as Deebs cast light, and it was dispelled by the dark spell.
Okay. Lunalia's gonna wild shape
Into
I
got him ready this week.
into a giant wolf spider.
A giant wolf spider. Bringing in the giant wolf spider token.
Oh, that's cool.
And I'll just move you off to the side here. Put the giant wolf spider in where you were.
Giant wolf spiders have blind sight.
Cool.
Only for 10 feet.
Yeah.
So I can see Deebs. And I can see where the darkness ends. But what I can also see is the stairs that go up. And so that is where I will go.
Okay. Was that it for you, or you just moved?
Hang on. See how far I can move here.
It's a 15-foot radius sphere, so yeah, being 15 feet up, you would be out of the darkness on the second floor. You see Carlo, the rogue, on the balcony above, sort of watching what's going on below. He turns and squeaks when he sees the spider.
Yeah, so I'll move my max distance, which is 40 feet. Yeah, no, she's good there.
Okay.
I can always climb down after.
The other drow, realizing he's in over his head, is going to... you know what? He turns around and goes to run out the door towards Scribble. Realizes that Scribble's there and swings to attack.
I get to attack him though, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I feel stupid. How do I do a melee attack?
Your staff has a button to the left of it that you click.
You don't even have to click that. You just click on
Oh,
whatever.
there it is.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. You whack him in the back of the head as he turns to step out the door. And he kind of collapses against the door frame for a bit, rights himself, takes another step forward, and swings at Scribble, getting a 23 to hit.
Ouch.
Now, you
That
can
will hit.
cast shield with your staff, but plus 5 AC I don't think is going to help.
No, I can block 22. You finally hit
fortunately,
me.
That only hits you for a total of, well, actually, that hits you for D6 plus 2, 6, 8 points of damage.
Jesus, that's all his health.
He's fine. He'll be fine. Mr. Noro Red Rage, standing right at the edge of the magical darkness, bugbear to your front, and a drow appearing to your left.
Don't stab the wrong drow, please.
No, to his left. Stage right.
I
This guy.
I would like to charge and take down this guy.
Okay.
Attack him though, right?
The bugbear will get a swing at you.
Oh,
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, it will, but it's a disadvantage. because of the.
Oh yeah,
second
that's
drow.
right. He has
Isn't it
a.
advantage because he
No, sorry, it can't take reactions, so it can't. You're good.
Oh, nice.
Oh, even better. I'll let him bleed out. That's my bird pal.
So you run over and take a mighty whack at the drow.
Does he knock Solmia down on the way?
He ran through the darkness, apparently.
It's okay. He closed his eyes and held his breath while he did it. I mean, at that point, it's a sphere, right? So at that point, it's 5 feet into the edge of that darkness. You can sort of still see out of it.
Well, Noro kind of like remembering how it was being in that cave. That's kind of. There was only one way to go.
Is this a reckless attack or is this a regular attack?
This is a reckless attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll again.
Oh crap! I forgot.
It's okay if the second one hits. I'll use the damage from the first one. It doesn't matter. So a 15 hits, and he had 2 hit points left. Unless you're taking prisoners, which you don't.
Nope.
Are there 2 of them, each one half the size of the original?
Yeah.
Okay. Noro, you cleave through the drow, and he falls to the ground lifeless, his sword clattering down the steps past Scribble. Any other movement, or is that it for you?
I just. Nope, that's it for me actually.
Okay. Scribble. There is 1 drow left in the room and a bugbear. The bugbear is fairly injured and looks to be slowed this turn and not really able to react. The drow is fairly hurt. And engage with Deebs.
I will try to cast Chaos Bolt at the drow.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh.
Yeah.
I hit something.
That'll do. How do you finish him off?
With both hands.
Wow. Is that why there's 2 types of damage?
You get to choose between a 5 and a 6 what type of damage you do.
The 5 is
It's a 2 and a 3.
yeah, the 6 is the additional energy.
So you choose between the 2 and the 3.
Yes, correct. Most of the
Do
time,
I
it
have the
doesn't
option
matter.
to just knock him unconscious?
Can you really with the spell?
I don't know.
Why? You can do it with melee and pull punches. You can with your spell.
Yeah, we got that other Varareth in the other room.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I'm looking to see if you can declare non-lethal magical damage. Nope. Page 198 under knocking a creature out. When an attacker reduces a creature to 0 hit points with a melee attack, the attacker can knock the creature out. They can make this choice the instant the damage is dealt. The creature falls unconscious and is stable.
Alright, we'll just hit him in the chest then. And he can die.
Deebs, as you rush out of the darkness to re-engage with the drow, this now familiar ball of chaotic energy splatters into him and splatters him against the wall next to you as his lifeless form crumples.
Darkness drop then? Is that the one?
It certainly does. Darkness drops and you guys are left with the bugbear. Solmia.
I'll just do poison spray.
Okay.
Sorry, trying to find it.
Push button.
Bam! Max damage, boys.
Fucking beautiful. Well, I mean, I get a con save, right?
Please, please, please.
That is an 8 plus. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. That is
Get
a
fucked.
9. And he had 10 hit points.
Okay.
Ooh, so can I do like just a pile of bones, like melting or something?
Yeah, as as you hold your hand up and the cloud of poison coalesces around him, he coughs and chokes. Gouts of blood pouring out of the wound that Hummer opened up. He drops to his knees as the vines and roots writhe up and around him and pull him down to the ground.
Yay.
As his face and upper torso melt.
Nice. What are we going to do about this forest in front of us?
Lunalia, you can hold can you hold concentration when you wild shape? I don't recall.
As far as I know, you can. Let me check.
I think so. Using wild shape does not break your concentration.
I don't think I can end that spell.
Yeah.
I could choose to just let go of my concentration, though, couldn't I?
Yeah, your ability to concentrate on a spell is not inhibited unless a rule says it. For example, wild shape says you can't cast spell on a spell you already cast. So yeah, you can hold your concentration, which means you can drop concentration too.
So I would do that.
All right.
Otherwise, we're going to have to dive through stained glass windows.
You are left in an empty room surrounded by the remnants of bodies, whole bodies and remnants of bodies and parts of bodies. What do you guys do now?
Well,
The
there's
room
still a
falls
woman
deathly quiet. You also hear the sound of combat in the distance has stopped.
Uh-oh.
I know Saul is getting tired. If it's a good stop point.
Yeah, I'm just looking for a good point to stop. I'd kind of like to go for 5 more minutes if you guys choose to do something. But if you're gonna take up defensive positions in this room, then we'll just stop.
I think it's just 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just 5 minutes, I know that that drow woman backed the doors, so I don't want her to get away.
Chase her down, Soam. Yeah, Noro does.
It's like that emote in WoW. I need healing.
I need healing, yeah. Oh, thank you, sir.
Lunalia's going to climb this pillar so that she's hanging upside the ceiling. And she's going to walk along. She's going to walk along the ceiling until she gets into the doorway and peek in.
Can I have given her a high five, though, as she was going in there?
Like caressing her.
Reach out and just give her
Have
a
you
high
seen
five.
spiders? They're pretty cute.
Nope, don't like it.
Give me a second as I reveal the final room here. Lunalia, as you peek into the room, you can see that Darren and Tal have just come through the doors here. They have the drow at sword point against the wall. And you enter the room as Ulrich and Harold do. You're not sure where the others are, but Harold turns and, "What the fuck is that?" You see Ulrich ignore him and just move towards the drow. What do you do?
She will move farther into the room so that she's on the ceiling above the table.
Okay.
Hope they got high ceilings.
What are the rest of you doing? Are you just crowding into the room? Oh, fucking Deeves.
Teebs just comes in swinging.
One goes, we go all.
She's standing, leaned up against the wall with her arms folded in front of her. The others are all tense around her. And she just looks around. She looks around at all of you and says, "Clearly I've underestimated you. Good work, all of you. You cleaned out Grohl and his people very efficiently." I speak for the Black Spider. My name is Vierith. And I think I'd like to hire you. And that's where we'll end tonight.
Down with this. He'll be like,
Yeah,
nope, that's it.
I don't think there's no Daddy Deebs in this time.
Daddy Warhammer. I'll put Lunelia's token here just to remind me that she's the token's still here. You know what? I'll toss it down there.
Man, that was some good fucking combat, though.
That was great.
God damn. You guys